Welcome to House Common Blood, where strangers are family. Every episode contains graphic content, including, but not limited to, copious amounts of blood, unnecessary cursing, death of all ages, be they infants or mortals, fantasy drug use, nudity, mentions of sex, and sound effects of various qualities. Cannot stress enough that this is mature content with adult themes. You have been warned. Anyone got a light?
All right. Welcome to House Common Blood. I'm Gray, your DM and host. We're a D&D 5e podcast currently playing the adventure Hangman Worms of Frostheart. Our party were former prisoners, once covert operatives for Giuliano's government, as they faced sentient calamities led by the Rebirth Bastion, a Genasi army threatening world destruction. Recently, our misfit group confronted an emotional vampire in Cheyam, a town made of a thinking slime mimic, a sentient calamity. After a fierce battle and defeating the vampire, they face consequences, like a curse from a hag. Now, free from imprisonment, the party journeys on, even delivering cookies to another hag. However, a party member is cursed to kill living seal, leading them to a dungeon with a Trask burial site. Breaking the curse involved an unusual pact, transplanting an elder brain into Trask's skeleton. The necromancer, Phoenix, a fire genasi, was defeated, and the Trask remains within its ward. Venturing south to ruins with a dormant teleportation circle, the party discovers a world map with 4 sets of 2 glowing symbols. Their next target is in Locus, within the Titan Sea. It's rather simple, don't you think? I'm joined here today by our players, Mega.
Hello, I am Mega, and I play Eddie, the Otterboy Triton Bastard class. I also play Eddie, and any other character of a similar naming scheme.
As well as Nita.
Greetings and salutations. I am Nita. I play Aaliyah Oblak, the human cleric sorcerer.
Rakuzan.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I play Mavet Sohafidash, the glue that holds the party together with his sappy astral monk hands and sappy druidic feelings.
And finally, Seer.
Mirhaba. I am Moomin. I play the artificer alchemist named Seer, who is a fire genasi that is always on fire, which is a kind of a problem if you're in a city, walking around with people that are not on fire.
So, where we left off our last session, the party used a teleportation circle to bring them closer to their next target. And they got teleported into a very familiar island to one of the party members. That specific individual, Mega, this is Eddie's island, is it not? Tandeka Island. Can you tell me a little bit about this island for the audience and the party that most people would consider common knowledge?
So, well, this particular island is known for a couple of different things. It is considered to be like a center for center for commerce. But it is also very much the kind of island where people might go to resort and vacation at. It is quite it is quite the hotbed on the Titan Sea. Though you don't want to stray too far from the inhabited area because there's a few giant friends out in the wild that you'd probably not come back from if you encountered. Unless, of course, you're one of the native elfin populations, in which case they're pretty much fine.
To quickly catch everyone up to speed, the party used a teleportation circle within these ruins and replaced individuals on this island. If I can just go down the list here rather quick. Seer replaced a individual named Eric. Nida, who's playing Aluya, replaced an elf by the name of Literal Whisperwind. Mega, who's playing Eddie, replaced his own mother, Marianne. And finally, Rakuzan, who's playing Mavet, replaced a woman named Penelope. As everyone dealt with their obscure situations and complex obstacles, everyone decided to meet up at the Hayse estate, where Eddie was giving a rundown to his old man of what's happening and the amount of stress that it caused his father made him pass out onto the floor. You know, it's not often where I'm questioning where I should really start this. So
I think it'd be hilarious if we cut back to the party waiting in the sitting room.
Yeah, you know what? That's good. I like that. And at any time, Eddie, you can think you can burst in here when you think the time's aligned. But yeah, that's good. So I'm gonna say Nida, Aluya, Mavet, Seer. As you guys are sitting within the waiting room, what pops up? Like, what do you say to one another?
I mean, if it helps paint the picture for the scene, if I came into the room and then we all sat down, I think Aluya and Mavet would see Seer does not look exactly calm. I would say this too, it's because they looked rather tired. So when they are like in the room, so there's no one gonna walk in, correct? Is this like a private room?
Yeah, I would say that you were brought in, and now you and everyone else is left alone.
Okay, before I change, are the couch made of materials that won't burn? I don't want to ruin Eddie's couches. Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna say it's a crapshoot. Eddie, what kind of furnishing would be in this room? Because in my mind, I'm imagining a lot of velvet, but I could be wrong. Like, what would be the fashion sense for a waiting room?
Honestly, I think because it is the sitting room would largely be made of like a nice velvet. It's with a nice wooden furnishings. You can guess which which wood got imported for those furnishings.
That makes sense. The reason I'm mentioning it though is because that means I wouldn't retransform. They probably would see that I look like a blonde, not a blonde, a more brunette Aluya, but that I look way more exhausted as I'm walking in, kind of just like panting or breathing more. And then I would take a seat in one of the chairs. There you go. I'm just saying it's like I don't think I'd be like lounging. I probably would be like in a high state of like this is such a bad time for me to be in this city, you know?
Okay.
I would say that probably there's like one seat like in that room that looks like the padding has like been very depressed.
Definitely sitting there. It's the comfiest spot. So,
All right. Yeah, what about Mavet and Aluya as you guys walk in as well? Like, Aluya, I know you try to dress up as an old hag. What would
Hey,
be
just
the
an, just
interaction?
an old lady.
Okay.
Once we get settled and it's kind of looking back and forth between them. So we got separated, right? Did anything weird happen to any of you? Because it was really weird for me.
Someone gave me a new name.
That was it? Someone gave you a new name and that was weird?
Well, the name is worth gold. I am not sure how much, but now I can pay with that name. Called Penelope.
Huh. I was thinking more like, people think you're about to jump to your death in protest of Eddie's family. They think you're a dude and you're on the ledge, you're falling, guards come and get you, you accidentally knock them the fuck out. Will have eyes on you. You have to hide and run through the crowd so you don't shock everyone. Stuff like that.
No. I didn't have an experience like that. I actually was in a chair interrogating someone. It was quite nice. But I can say with confidence that it is very... I think I stumbled upon someone rather important that might lead us to our next quarry.
Oh, and who would that be?
Name's Eric. I know the location. I know where... Oh, sorry. If they are important enough, but I was interviewing someone that might know where Quagmire is, if you remember that name. Oh god, you don't remember the name, do you?
I don't. I'm so sorry. You are the brains here. I just help when I can, I guess. I don't know. I
Mavet
don't know
is the
what my
wood.
role is.
Hang on. Hang on. Mavet's the what?
Mavet is the wood.
Okay,
He
go on,
interjects.
Moo.
If I remember correctly, when you hear about Quagmire, the name's, like, I don't know it exactly, but a Quagmire in our people's name is something related with water. We are looking for someone connected with water, so this might be another person that is connected to one of the generals.
Well, didn't Eddie say he met, like a water genasi?
I think so, but we can definitely check with them, but that's a big lead. And I say this too is because now I have to play a role as someone that is a great authority because I didn't realize how fun it was to be menacing. Jeez, no wonder why my people are so mean. But you're okay. Wait, you fell off a building? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and people thought I was some guy. He was like ready to like Sudoku himself.
Do you
Well,
know why he was trying to Sudoku himself, or
it
did you
actually
just...
it has to do with Eddie's family. he was like protesting them?
I mean, the person I was interviewing and interrogating was also connected somehow to Eddie's family.
What is Eddie's family into?
Maybe they're
Um,
lumberjacks. Those people are scary.
you don't know who Penelope is, though, Mavet.
So, Penelope, that's right. The man said I was pronouncing it weird. I know the name can buy me things like coffee and other people coffee and food. And this man really wanted to be with me because my name was Penelope, because I have lots of money. And then we went to the beach and we got on our knees and we're making each other the happiest people ever.
I'm so confused. He saw you, Mavet, and was like, "Oh, Penelope, I want to be with you." Like he saw you.
I don't think they did because I know that I look different when I was interrogating them. Because if I looked as I would have been murdered.
Mavet
But
can find love with his bark, but no, at the time, although my skin was the same color, it was squishy. It was no longer bark, it was skin.
strange question then. Did you look humanoid or did you look like an otter?
I looked more human than like Eddie.
Now that throws out my theory then, because I know there you might be connected to Eddie in some way, but with my person, it might not be working with them directly. So we'll have to figure that out.
We could go back and find my friend if we're making each other happy. I am sure he would be glad to meet you all.
Well, I honestly, I don't think I can leave this building until I can resolve my situation. I can't run out in disguise as much anymore.
I will bring
Actually,
him to you.
um, let's do something else. We need to talk to Eddie.
The door opens and there's like a poof of Eddie as he's just kind of like looking around, like wandering over to a drawer and opening it.
Eddie, I was gonna say it's like we haven't seen you and yet you look more panicked. Are you okay?
Just don't mind me. I'm just looking for the good cigars. Here it is. As he then like looks over to the door and he poofs away again.
I mean, at least we'll know he's not far. Do you want to follow them, Aluya? I might need a moment on this couch.
Sure, should I keep the granny disguise? The issue is that I don't look too different from when I was. The issue is that, the whole making contact with people. So what should I do?
I put the staff towards Aluya and being like, you'll need to use this because I know that you can disguise, but the problem is that you might kill someone, so you might need to turn yourself human again for a short bit. It'll work. It worked for me, but the problem is I'll explain later. Just follow Eddie. This will make it so you don't shock someone to death.
Okay. How do I use it? I shake it. I say wibbly boobly. What?
The command word I put into it for us to use is elemental.
She raises it high. Elemental!
And what happens?
I would just revert back to, I guess, my original form.
Okay.
And
And
then,
you do so. You mind telling the audience what your original form looks like in contrast to what you look like right now?
So my skin doesn't look translucent anymore. It's just back to its normal tan complexion. My hair does not have the crackling streaks of lightning. It's just back to its plain long salmon color with white tips. Once I notice that I'm changed, looks at hands, I will shoot off and try to catch up with Eddie.
And you do so with ease. Well, unless there's something ridiculous. As you begin to follow suit, Mega, what does this look like? Like, is she able to keep pace with you, see you as you're poofing in and out?
But it's just like I feel like she would probably partially lose him, like once he gets back to the stairs, because he just goes all the way to the top because he doesn't actually have to go up the stairs physically. It's like but I imagine that she could just follow the remnants of the puff of smoke, basically smell where Eddie is gone.
Wait, you've got so many fucking stairs in your house. Let me catch up to you. I'll get there. Just slow it down.
Well, in fairness to Eddie, you didn't know that you were gonna follow him.
All right. After enough poofing and following here, I kind of want to imagine Aluya. You do eventually come across. It depends. Is he still on the floor? What was your priorities here, Mega? Was it immediately to grab him something to move him? What was Eddie's train of thought?
Just as he went down, just not again. Time to get the good cigars.
Okay. Yeah, so Aluya, as you're following Mega, you do see an obese otter on the floor, with a black suit, purple tie with floral designs on it, and you see his legs twitching as he's face down on the floor.
Hello? Do you need assistance?
I mean, Eddie would have gotten there before you, but Eddie has taken out one of the good cigars from the cigar box, has lit it, and he's kind of just raising the otter's head up a bit and holding the butt end of the cigar up near his nose. It's like, come on, Pops, give it a whiff.
And Aluya, as you eventually come by and see Eddie doing this, it looks like at first inspection that the obese otter is dead. He just looks very gaunt. He just looks dead. And when Eddie's doing this, you just see from that stillness just his nose twitching. Give it to me, my boy. And he opens up his mouth slightly.
Oluya's face is like, what?
Yeah, puts it in the proper end, just there you go.
Be a dear and light it for me.
Oh yeah, no, lit. It's lit.
Yeah, just...
Eddie, is this man okay?
He's still on the floor coughing while smoking.
Yeah, don't worry, just give him a minute.
Okay. And you just see, like, a shadowy reflection of the man on the floor, sitting on the nearby couch. And he switches places with that reflection. And you just see him lounge back, laid back, and he is taking very long drags of the cigar. Oh, who are you? As, like, smoke leaks from his mouth.
Hello, sir. I am Aluya. I am a companion to your son. Is that what I'm getting from this interaction?
Blinks.
Yeah, this is Pops.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, and you have that alter self on you. You look like a normal human.
Mm-hmm.
Looks towards Eddie. Then towards Aluya. Then towards Eddie one more time.
Before you ask, Pops, no, not like that.
Gives a slow nod. And looks towards Aluya. And goes. Have you been keeping my boy safe?
Well, it's more like he keeps us safe.
Ha! He laughs. And yeah, he gives you a little motion over, like rolling his fat wrist. That's a good joke. I need a good joke once in a while.
But that was not a joke. Seriously, he takes care of us for sure.
Eddie?
Yes, if anything, I think I'm the fuck up of the group, but you know.
Oh, no, dear. No. Come over here. Come over here.
I just want. I think I have something coming on, so I don't want to give it to you. I will respectfully decline.
Remember. Oh, go ahead. Never mind.
Just to make sure I don't hurt him.
Well, that's what made the alter self great. You can change yourself back human. There's no way you could hurt someone now.
Okay.
You're not a genasi.
Okay, so she'll motion over. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, as you come over, like his eyes, which are already squinting, squint more. And he basically holds out like a hand to shake yours.
She'll hesitate just slightly, but then she'll shake it.
Yeah, and as the fur hand meets your hand, you see his fur standing up, like there's a bit of static electricity. He grabs your hand. No shock, no lightning, just a little bit of standing hairs. And he clasps his other paw around your hand and shakes it vigorously. It's good to meet one of Eddie's friends. He needs more friends, more connections out there. That's what I always say. But him protecting you? Oh, that's a sweet dream right there. Maybe Eddie, but not Eddie. And he firmly shakes your hand.
You must understand your son is quite a valuable asset to the group. He really does protect us.
And he stares long and hard at Eddie. And what's your posture like, Eddie?
Just like he is standing straight up.
Narrows his eyes even more. Hang on. It's okay. So as he observes Eddie and just does a little bit of an insight check on his boy. Eddie, I'm gonna offer you a roll here, Eddie. Not offer, I'm gonna make you make a roll. I'll tell you in 1 second. There we go. I'm going to allow you to make an insight check back as your father stares at you.
Heck do.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
With a natural 20 and the guidance as a 3, you got 24. You see the smile of a proud father. And as he stares at you, he just gives this one a bit more of a subtle nod. Not towards you, not towards Aluya, but towards himself. And I think he might retract his paws away from Aluya and take a rather large drag from his cigar. And as he lets the smoke out and the room becomes a little bit more hazy, he says, "Oh, times change, it looks. He's not my sweet little boy anymore. Not my sweet, harmless boy anymore. An asset, you say? And my boy? That's my boy. That's my boy." And you just see him just giggling at the thoughts
Yes.
of his boy growing up. What has
You
he
should
done?
definitely be proud. Well, he protected me from almost being killed several times. Like a master tactician.
My boy, a tactician, a mastermind. That's my boy. And you see him just pounding at the armrest.
Pops, you're embarrassing me.
Oh, I couldn't be more proud.
You should be, honestly. He's great.
But a group, you say? Is it just the two of you?
No, there are 2 more of us.
Oh, bring them in. I want to see the people my boy has been protecting, who he's been putting his neck out for, so to speak.
Sure, they are in some sort of waiting room.
And looks towards Eddie. Oh, bring in your friends. I need a couple moments to sit here.
All right. Back in a sec. And he poofs away again.
Oh, hang on, boy. No poofing in this house. You walk.
Oh, thank God.
You hear from the hallway. Fine.
And how long would that take you?
So I would say, like, not as long historically as Eddie has taken to walk places, but still probably a bit longer than Aluya would have taken had she gone.
Yeah,
maybe perhaps just a little, maybe just from partially from a little bit of annoyance by the fact he has to walk.
Yep. Hazard guess about maybe 5, maybe closer to 8 minutes might take for a round trip. But as you leave, there'll be solder. James, he looks towards Luya and just quickly says to her, "Close the door. Quick."
Oh, okay. She does so.
Mm-hmm. And as you close the door, you just see, just in an instant, a lot closer to you, teleported. Standing up. And he just looks up at you. Second.
You hear his pants slowly unzip.
I was just gonna say he just pulls out a piece of bread and goes like, "Now sit on it."
Oh gosh.
No, no,
Show me those two.
he looks you up and down, and he just says to you in a quick fashion, "Be honest with me, girl. What's been up with my boy?"
I told you. I mean, we've had a lot on our plate, but he really has grown, and he is what I said he was. He protects us.
How long have you been traveling with him?
Out of character, real quick. How long have I been traveling with him?
I think I gave I think last time we talked about this, I think the rough estimate I gave was about 2 months.
Not very long, but 2 months.
And you see him looking down his cigar, more of a nub, and he just says, "Oh, damn it." Looks back up at you. "It's not what I'm talking about, my girl. You've been with him. Have you noticed? Yes, he's grown, but has he acted odd or done any weird things lately?"
I don't think I call it odd, because, I mean, we have seen some things, but I think Eddie has, opened up into finding out about who he is and accepting things and moving on and growing from that.
And you see his eyes open up a little bit. Keep in mind, his eyes are always squinting. And they just open up a little bit. You can actually see a little bit of the color in his eyes. And I think he might say something along the lines. He might parrot you, actually, and just say, "Remember who he is." You see him literally chewing the fat in his cheeks. And then gives you a bit of a nod. And you just see him teleport back to his seat. And at this moment, Mega, you would have made it to the party. What do you say as you enter the waiting room?
As the door opens physically, it's like pokes his head in. "Hey, dudes."
Hello.
No, that's Mavet.
Wrong one.
Seer.
Waiting room.
Yo.
Wrong room.
I love
Seer,
that.
you made some. You're really fast.
I was like sitting there going, wow.
Power RP. Holy shit. Okay.
She
We
dimension
learned-
doored specifically so she could be.
That'd actually be a funny bit.
But basically, go ahead, Eddie. Go for it.
Again, sticks his head in. "Hey, dudes."
Eddie, are you doing okay? You seemed to be in a rush before.
"Oh yeah."
Seer's
don't
taking
worry.
deep breaths.
"Oh yeah, don't worry. He's awake now."
I don't know who it is, but glad to hear that. So,
Anyway, Pops wants to meet you.
well, might as well not keep him waiting. Ready, Mavet?
We get to meet Daddy Eddie.
Please, God, no.
I mean, depends on your perspective. For some people, Eddie's already daddy, but I assume his father, yes.
Oh, Eddie,
Well-
you have kids? Why are they not here?
I don't think I have a kid. I think I'd know.
Okay, Seer, he's not daddy.
I stand corrected then. Let's make haste. Although you guys go a little bit ahead.
Although only Mom gets to call Pops Daddy.
Oh,
Okay, I won't call your daddy daddy. What is his name?
I mean, I just call him Pops.
I shall also.
I'll ask him when I get there. For now, Seer slowly gets up. Let's go then. Lead the way, Eddie.
Okay. As you guys begin to trail back, I'm going to quickly go over with Aluya and explain the last couple moments with her and James. It appears like he's digging into whatever information he can get about Eddie. And I want to ask you, Aluya, are you just very honest, very forthcoming from what you've seen from Eddie, what you've noticed, or keep things about yourself, or do you just embellish the truth? How do you relay information to James?
I think in what she says to him, it is truths without giving details, you know? Like he had this whole struggle with Smoke Eddie, and they had to work on some things and stuff, and they're trying to move on from that, and that's really much it. And how he's been so helpful towards everyone. It's like she is telling the truth. She does think highly of Eddie, but she wouldn't want to give details just in case, because it is his personal business.
Yeah, and probably around the end of one of the questions, Eddie, you walk back and the door appears to be closed.
It's a bit confused, just has Eddie knocks on the door.
Oh, come in, my boy, come in. As you open the door, a bunch of smoke pours out. Actually, Luya, that's also important. Throughout the entire process, you were being hotboxed.
With the cigar or with some high drugs? High potency drugs.
No, the cigar. He's plainly doing the cigar. Unless there's something within the cigar that I am personally not aware of, it is strictly from the cigar itself that burnt out, but still, there's an unnatural amount of smoke. Yeah, it's an unnatural amount of smoke.
She'll just kind of do a little bit of thaumaturgy to kind of keep it a few centimeters away from her face.
Yep, smells like home, all right.
Now I need to hear
where you get it from.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to hear how both the other two party members enter.
As I said, I see where they get it from.
So,
that is a tree.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to picture this. Both you guys just walk in, wave. What's your introduction here?
So Mavet walks through the door and sees a huskier Eddie.
Fat.
As he rushes up to the fat Eddie. Oh, thank you, Pops. I appreciate you laying your seed and growing this young man. He is so helpful.
You just see him scream and reel back. And Eddie, it's confusing to you whether he's scared at the fact that a tree rushed him, or if it's the fact that someone's claiming to be his son. Oh, don't do that! My old ticker is not what it used to be. And you feel like see his paw over his chest.
Oh, that's not good to hear then. Would you like me to examine you? I am a doctor.
And you look like a Genasi at this moment, correct?
No, I look like a brunette version of Aluya. Like a sister.
Alright.
I'm looking exhausted, though. That's kind of the thing I'm saying.
Did you recast this? Like, is this
Has
a
it been an hour?
disguise? That's a good question. I'll let it ride. But you're getting there. Where I'm gonna say that you have about 10 minutes left on it. Just to add a little bit of tension here.
Fair enough. I'll say that Seer's smart enough to know about this, and the problem is like she's now in a spot where it's like if she's here for way too long, it might be awkward.
Yeah.
But Seer is someone that is very much dedicated to their work, so they will be like, "Would you like an examination? I can definitely check your conditions and give you recommendations." And I already assume that stop smoking is off the table.
Yes. Oh, there's a lot at once. Hold on. My boy, I need a cigar. I can't breathe.
Just like Eddie appears and kind of takes another cigar from the a cigar box and like floats it over to him.
Oh, God, you're a sweet boy. And he opens it up, puts it in, and I need to specify that the cigar looks like it's gilded with like gold leaves. Or at least like the wrapping seems very high quality. You do see a gold tint. If you had to hazard a guess, he is literally smoking a bit of gold here as he lights it up and begins to huff and puff. A doctor, you say? You look so close to this Aluya woman. Are you sisters? And looks towards Aluya for confirmation.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, we're really close now.
Seer will respond and... Oh, go ahead.
He will respond just saying, you guess she's your sister? And your response to that?
We're sisters in battle. I'm currently in a predicament where I look like this. I will explain after I talk to Eddie, but I can look at you at the moment right now, if you need to be.
I'm not sure what much you can do. I've had the best doctors on the country come over and take a look at this old ticker, and they all say the same thing. Quit smoking, they say. Get some exercises, they say. Quacks, one and all.
I mean, the difference is that I might have the solution to your problems. However, thing is, I don't want to cause problems for you and your wife. So I have to first figure things out and take a look upon you.
Oh, fine. Yes, if you're offering, come over here. Come here. And he offers a hand for a handshake.
Seer will give that handshake. Not like, you know how Leah was fearful? You see Seer just being like, grabs it immediately. Seems like she's very used to being like, playing the double life kind of style. She knows the capabilities of her spells.
All right.
So, nice handshake.
Yeah, handshake, and I think he might look towards Mavet and look towards Eddie and say, you know, son, I've always called you a tree hugger, but this is going a little far, don't you think? And his eyes keep lingering at Mavet.
No. Again, not like that. Although, I guess I did technically bring them back to life.
Your mom said the
I
same
haven't had a
thing.
chance to explain
Yes. Go on. And again, that was him mumbling to himself. Just, yes. How? Looking at the. Actually, Mavet, do you always have a smoky quality too?
Yeah.
You want to go into detail?
So Mavet's smoky quality is that he has a gaping crevice where his abdomen would be. It is. You could see right through him, although it is obscured by a dense smoke reminiscent of Eddie's vape pen.
Okay.
And you also see tendrils poking themselves out all throughout his body, his shoulders, his elbows. Very little in his fingertips. It's mainly his upper body and not his lower body.
All right. Yes. He does look you up and down. Mavet then looks towards Eddie and just goes, "You brought him back to life, you say? But how in the devil did you do that?"
Well, he
Wow.
planted his seed. My seed.
Do I need to check you for splinters, boy?
No, Pops, not like that.
Sounds just like that.
They can explain a little bit more, but it was more of a holistic way, not exactly in the way that one's imagination can travel. It's more of they were a plant. So
Ooh, look here. I can show. Let me try this. As Mavet focuses and remembers the spores he got from Angry Mavet, with his iridescent spores, he tries to brighten all his spores so Pops Eddie can see.
Freudian slipped there much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. His eyes dance around the room, looking at the spores. Oh, you can do a light show too, can you? Oh, good show, good show. And still looking at Eddie, seeing if he's going to go on.
So, well, you see, I sort of asked for help from you know who,
Mm-hmm.
and they agreed because they thought they might be useful.
Slow nod. Suspicious nod. I think he might even lick his lips a little bit. Yep, thank you. Looks towards Mavet. I see. That changes things, doesn't it? Yes, that changes things. Looks towards the doctor. Give it to me straight, Doc. Am I gonna die today? And I'll offer you the role.
Sorry, I'm just sitting there going like, this is gonna be so bad. Because I had a perfect response for that, but
Yeah.
I'll roll a medicine check, but sadly it's gonna
Yeah.
be a disadvantage.
Actually, before you do that, do not roll at that disadvantage. Give yourself a -1.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll fix it up then. Let me do that.
Yep, that's perfectly fine.
Oh, and then that'll be a 12. I'll do a flash of genius. Why not?
Okay.
That'll make it a 18.
Okay.
Guidance.
And
Do
guidance,
you
apparently.
guidance this? Okay. Yeah. And this is perfectly acceptable. I mean, obviously, it's not like you're trying to convince them of anything, trying to be deceptive. You're casting magic, guiding her hand. Holy shit. What's the total?
22.
Holy fuck. All right. I'll give it to you straight. So From what you recall, it seems like a lot of apothecaries and clerics who have looked at James have just associated his heart issues with obesity and his rather big smoking issue. But with your keen eye and your recognition with the Hayse family and how the smoke works, you know that it's not all too harmful to them. It doesn't affect them too much. They're not likely to get cancer. They're not likely to get respiratory diseases from it. What you do know is what he's suffering with is called dragon's breath pneumonia. And you actually see, as he's speaking, there's a couple embers that come out once in a while. And you know if this gets worse, that... Well, you identified the issue. I'm actually going to need a little bit more here. Can you give me a history check as well? I'll offer you the roll. Make sure it is at a -1. I'll know how much to tell you. Yep. They let you identify it. Now we're going to see how much you know about the actual issue itself.
I'll throw some flavor into it if it's really nice, because it's going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
The -1 works. I'm going to see. Here we go. We'll do another flash of genius. We got to take care of them. It did work this time, though, so it is another
Correct.
guidance.
Yep. See the 1d4. How's Aluya assisting here?
Just when she's noticing that Seer is kind of thinking a little hard, she'll kind of gently press against her back to, give her a little bit more clarity.
Okay.
That would be a 19.
Oh my god. All right. So here's what you know about dragon's breath pneumonia. Firstly, it is more of a sailor's, I hesitate to say disease, but a sailor's affliction. It typically happens during a voyage. And it happens when you ingest I'm trying to think of the proper term here because I don't want to say parasitic. But essentially, there we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Expired. It's what happens when you ingest expired fruit from a island made from a dragon egg. Flashback to the very first sessions that you guys had being on a island made by a dragon. It so happens that when you eat some expired fruit there, or say do something strange like inhale burnt remnants of the fruit, that it will cause this affliction. Now, the common symptoms of dragon's breath pneumonia is casually breathing fire to start off with. But the worst off it does get is it will eventually literally burn the lungs of the afflicted. That is one of the more dangerous sides of the affliction that it can get to. At this point, it is a bit harmless, but eventually, as it begins to flare up and get worse, that it will start to go at his lungs, essentially. But he is describing discomfort in the heart. And as you do think about it, you think... and again, this is why I wanted the history check here. There usually isn't a connection between this affliction and the heart. But what you summarize is that he is on the terminal side of this affliction, but his lungs can handle the heat and the smoke. That's the issue, that it's actually going beyond his lungs and causing issues beyond the afflicted area, such as the heart.
Then to make this a lot more scenical, I'll make it more fun,
Yeah.
scenical. I'm gonna ask them as if I'm a real doctor kind of style thing. So I'm gonna be like,
Yeah.
all right, when did the affliction start?
Oh, a couple of years back.
And when did you start feeling the symptoms? Was it when you came back home? Did you go anywhere in particular strange?
I was going on a voyage to certify a deal. I was sealing deals out there.
Have anything strange in particular that seemed a little bit off? Something exotic?
Nothing too crazy. I was talking to sea elves. They put on a nice dinner, and we had a fun party. Oh, do I have stories to tell of that party? And he looks towards Eddie. Your mother was a crazy woman at that party.
All right, have you noticed a burning sensation in your mouth, nose, lungs?
No. Absolutely not. As he speaks, a couple of embers come out.
All right, I have two more questions that then I could give you an answer based off what I've seen, because I only seen this case maybe a couple times from what I've known, but I could say this. Would you like me to phrase it as good news or bad news?
I prefer
And
good
second-
news and great news, but that's just me.
Okay, then I'll phrase it in the way that's kindly, but, well, how would I put it? Your lung power is so great that your lungs are making it so that you are not dying, so instead it's going after your heart.
Who's the fudge? He gives you the, like the Nixon jowl movement before looking up. What?
Now, you have dragon pneumonia. It is most often very deadly to those that have normal lungs, but based off your gifted nature, you have been staving it off much longer than anyone else has been able to be capable of. So now it's starting to move to your heart.
What do you mean? That's ridiculous. What the blazes is dragon's breath pneumonia? Sounds made up.
Exactly as you said, it's blazing. Your lungs are usually supposed to burn out from the inside, but again, you want me to give it as great news? You have the most powerful lungs I have ever seen in any person. But now it's going after your heart, and I assume it feels like you have a burning desire in your chest. And no, it's not for love. It's literally burning.
If you do look at his medicine, some of the components used for that heart medication does revolve around a lot of... what's the best way to put this? A lot of herbs.
I want to say
cause...
anti-inflammatory.
Yes, thank you. That is perfect. That is perfect. And is composed of a shard of... what's the best way to say this? Essentially, there is those herbal ingredients that Eddie just brought up, along with a shard of ice. And this is a very special ice, not just like a frozen water. It looks like this combination has been misdiagnosing his condition, but has been working for pain relief, but nothing towards a cure or treatment.
Funny enough, the person that misdiagnosed you has been, well, making it easier for you, but I'm gonna be honest. If you really want me to be brutal, I don't lie to my patients. Like I said, you do have the greatest lungs, but it's terminal. And lastly, you are one of the very first cases, since I'm still gonna make it the great news, of someone having it so far terminal that it is targeting your heart. It's usually a lung disease, not a heart disease. Congratulations, you are a medical anomaly.
Can, like, anything be done about it?
Well, most often for things that take care of the lung issues, it's to combat it, but often enough, you can think of it as more like a magical bacteria. However, I've never seen a case where someone has been on it for so long that it's shifting. So basically, you need some more potent stuff, stronger magics. I can whip up something possibly, but I need to have time to do that. However, kind of looks to Eddie. Eddie, I only have a couple minutes before I might actually cause your father a heart attack.
And you do. You have exactly a minute.
All right, Pops. I need you to not freak out.
Freak out. You've already said a lot for today, your mother. Being transported, dealing with warmongering people, the filthy fucking Genasies, bothering my son, threatening his life, threatening my country. There's nothing more you can say that can surprise me. Nothing at all.
Eddie, should I leave the room based off what he just said, or no?
Look, Pops, like, not all of them are so bad, because, like, well, I'm kind of sort of traveling around with one.
And he pounds on the armrest. Good with the jokes. I've never met a good one.
Sierra's gonna take a step back, kind of counting in their head, being like, ugh, I don't even have time to leave the room.
Well, they did just give you a helpful medical diagnosis.
What? He just looks at you longingly, then looks back at Seer, and he just goes, "What are you talking about? Genasi, her." I'm looking
As Seer
towards
takes a
her.
step back. You want me to describe it,
Yep.
Gray, or do you want to describe it?
Go right ahead.
So, and this is for Louis' future sense, because with Seer, it's very much like their magic's like, you know how like it's alchemical, it's very like, it does things that radiate from the source. In this case, since Seer had the staff, it was from her hand, she used the magic. Her hand slowly turns back to this like black charcoal as it just spreads rapidly through their arms. And then as it reaches their shoulder joint, it starts to spider like back
Ooh.
to their golden lava veins that just radiates down back to their legs, their head. And the final moment is when their head just radiates with like fire, just like a campfire just sparked to life.
Hmm. Okay. Hold on. I'll provide the two people talking to James insight rolls. As he is smoking a cigar, smoke is leaving his lips. Specifically not from inhaling. It's just been sitting in his mouth. Okay. All right. Seer, it's not with disadvantage. Just -1, please.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
offer the roll one more time.
I apologize.
No, that's perfectly fine, and I'll clarify why when we reach towards the end of the session.
Oh my god, it's worse.
Well, it's a new roll we're going to go with. All right, 8 and 4. He seems like he's in shock. What do you guys do?
Seer will. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, let me hear
Nothing.
Luya. What were you going to say?
Louis like, well, maybe she should pull the band-aid now. But
Mhm.
you'll wait.
Seer kind of like heavy breathing. It looks kind of like one of the rare moments where he kind of looks like Seer is actually sweating. So it's like you see these little golden embers officially now coming out. And they
And
kind of just simply.
He's staring at you unblinkingly, but go on.
And then Seer just simply goes, I made a purpose for my life currently, that not only would I help all those that are ill, all those that suffer from blights of all sorts, I made it a goal, hopefully, in the future, to make it so that my people, both sides that are suffering as well as those that are mongering, will finally be able to be peaceful together with the rest of the world. For, as you already know, there are some of us that are very cruel, but then you already know too that there are some of us you never got the chance to talk to, for you already slayed. And I am used to the shock, for I've seen crowds of people already look upon me in such a way. So, whatever you think is up to you, and whatever you decide is in your hands. But I want you to know that I only simply wish to fix your issue of dragon's pneumonia, especially if it is, and soon, might kill you.
Eddie, do you add anything to this? Because he does not say anything in response. He's just staring at Seer, unblinkingly, smoke leaving his slightly ajar mouth.
Pops, they've been like a really good friend to me, and I'd really appreciate it if you'd maybe have an open mind about it.
Stares.
Oh no. Eddie's just gonna like walk up and like, actually like wave his hand in front of his face.
No reaction.
No, oh, all right. I got this.
It appears the shock made him pass out.
Eddie, since they have the terminal illness thing, fun fact, cold baths will actually help them out. They could smoke all they want too. It's just their body temperature being lowered might help out a bit more with this, since often dragon's pneumonia will make someone's body raise to temperatures. If they are close to death, either A, their temperatures rise to extreme heights, or, well, often the signs of someone dying is when their breath starts fuming with smoke. But in this case, I don't think we're going to know that sign. In this case, we would see it in their blood. It might turn blackened by the fact that their blood cells might be burning.
Eddie, it is a little hot around your father.
Oh, he's warming up. Hey, Mavet, could you maybe, like, take into the bath? Seer, I'm gonna show you to the experimentation room.
Let's do that. My time's short.
It's not short, it is gone.
That's
Oh,
not
yeah,
safe.
no, yeah.
Seer, before I fully kill Eddie's father, how long does this stick last?
You just have to periodically think about it every hour. You will be fine if you hold it. It's only been used twice, once by me, once by you, so you have plenty for today if you need to delay. But I don't think I'll be able to leave the building for a bit.
Look, I really
feel wrong.
appreciate this conversation, but I don't think my grandpops are ready for another kid.
I'm ready. Let's move forward then.
Eyes twitching. And what I should mention is you do see a little bit of smoke coming from his chest.
Now, I do need to ask this, Gray, to save some time for technicalities. We already know that, since I assume it's a deadly disease, lesser restoration doesn't really work, since you said it's like if they have clerics and other people that came in, is it because it's not it's not a spell that's exactly like you just lesser restoration away?
Yeah, it's not. It's always hard for me to understand the full scope of lesser restoration because I always relate that to magical afflictions. But I will say for yes, for your sake, that even if lesser restoration deals with a common pestilence and diseases, whatever this is, it's very esoteric and exotic that clerics haven't been able to cure with lesser restoration.
I'm still gonna try to do it though anyway, because it might bring relief as you know, Mavet's about to take Eddie's dad. You see Seer just naturally just pull out a concoction. You'll see them pull out this small medicine chest and they just click through a bunch of these pills, smash them together into a powder, put a little bit of water into a small vial, and then it forces the dad to drink it as lesser restoration occurs.
All right, let me look at lesser restoration because I believe it deals with conditions.
It deals with conditions and again has that that bit about diseases as well. But
All right. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. I'm gonna say, yeah, since it does specify disease or one condition, I'm gonna say for this case that it'll help regress it. So yeah. I'll say that because it doesn't cure it. It doesn't act too much as a line or a pathway to treatment. It's more of just regressing the disease itself. So as you do so, you see the smoke in the red shape of a heart begin to dim from his shirt and fur.
I'll have to stay close to them. It means that I can actually fix their problem if I'm able to. That I won't cure it by casting the spell over and over or giving them the medications I have, but it means then
to the experimentation room.
Fair.
Okay, so you leave James in the hands of Mavet and Aluya.
yeah, I guess it's like,
Hey, Mavet, could you put Pops in his bath?
Yes, I can.
Cold as
Okay.
possible, please.
What does that look like? Like, how do you guys get water? Like, imagine you guys are in the bathroom. You guys have just marble tiles and a gold bathtub.
Mavet would look to Aluya and be like, how do these things work?
Olia's probably just gonna go quickly and turn everything on and make sure it's just purely on cold water.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, this is the first time you've seen a setup like this. But yeah, it does seem like there is a plumbing within the house, and there is what you would call a modern setup for a bathtub with 2 knobs.
Could I deduce that C is cold and H is hot?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
It doesn't take much experimentation to figure that out, so I assume you just do it full blast. It's just spurting from the sprocket here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just water's filling up the tub. It's ice cold. And Mavet, I assume you're carrying James.
Yes, I am.
His leg twitches like a dog and while they're dreaming. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
It's like he's dreaming of running. You see his eyes are wide open, twitching. All right. The tub gets full. What do you do with James? How do you deal with them?
I plop him in.
How hard?
I let him roll off my forearms into the tub, and then he probably falls face first into it. I'm thinking, can he breathe water?
Yes.
I'll just put his head above water. Eddie's
Yeah,
not
just to
there
be on the safe side.
answer me.
All right. And Aluya, when James goes in and gets repositioned, what else are you doing here?
I wouldn't know what else to do. Seer said to get him to a nice cold bath, and he's in it already.
Well, now it's lukewarm
Ah.
as steam comes up from the bath.
Julia, think about the well situation you did before.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was going for, but like I didn't know a way to like focus that in. So
Aim for the bathtub.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know what? We reference this a lot. We do, but we don't have it recorded and it's not posted. Luya, can you fill people in what the fuck the well situation is?
No, I don't want to talk about that. It's making me
It's important.
a villain here.
We've referenced it 4 fucking times.
She had all the good intentions of the world to try and do this.
And you're more than happy to explain those good intentions now.
Give your case.
Your beautiful kindness that you try to do.
There were, might I say, dead orphan children locked, like chained in a well. I thought it would be a good idea to
Drown them.
No. To release them, so they bob up and we can grab them. To shoot a frostbolt into the well, but
But the well was full of
agua. It was full of water, and I froze them.
And
orphan popsicles.
And they did not live to tell the tale, for cold's very cold.
No, they did not. R.I.P. little ones.
And after that flashback, we see the current situation right now with lukewarm water.
So Marvette will do something less archaic and use shape water to cool half of the bathtub, because I'm assuming this is a huge bathtub.
It's big enough to fit a fat otter.
Okay. Well, since I can't freeze where he is, I will freeze the opposite side so it helps combat the lukewarm water.
Okay. Let me just double checking on the spell information here. Yep.
That is in fact something they can do with shape water.
Hooray!
I
I don't
honestly
have
forgot
to.
that he had this cantrip.
Yeah. And this is probably one of the very few uses that really comes into play here. Holy shit.
I don't have to be a bad guy again.
You can still try.
It seems like Mavette's plan is working. Hopefully.
Yeah.
It's not too late to have your villain arc.
So yeah, you do freeze half the tub, and as you freeze it again, like it begins to thaw and go back into not instantaneously the room temp water, but you can see it's progressing towards it. And because you're not adding ice to it and you're using the same mass of water, it doesn't overfill. But you keep freezing it, it melts, and you freeze it again, rinse and repeat. And Deluya, what's going through your mind as you see water freezing and unfreezing?
Like war flashbacks. the group behind me saying, seeing the kids in the well.
Just the distant screams of children go off in your head.
There was no screams, but yes.
Silent screams. That silent screams are the loudest.
It's the sound of forgiveness. All right, Mega and Moo, what are you guys doing?
I'm following Eddie.
Okay.
Yep, Eddie is leading her to the experimentation room.
Okay. Fill me in. Where is it located on the estate? What leads up to it? What does the place look like? What's in it? Please, go right ahead.
It's like it's not actually like too far off from Eddie's room. In fact, it's like a few doors down. So like they do pass Eddie's room on the way. It's well, actually, I think you would actually briefly have to go into his room because that's probably where he also left his house key. So it's like briefly going to grab that, then like go wandering off like a few doors down along with Seer. It's like and as he unlocks the door, it's well, first he unlocks the door, and then he gives like a special knock. It's like, and the door opens proper. I.e., the door was both physically and magically sealed. And as he opens it, it's like the room appears to be like something the nothing like quite so like a sterile as like a modern one, but you could like attribute it to the description of a chemical lab where there's like a few different like tables about and like a different like cabinets like full of like different like supplies and chemicals.
Mm.
And it's like Eddie's kind of like looking toward Seer. So like, not gonna go like too much into the detail, but this is where I first like developed mindfuck.
Fair enough. It seems, I would say, quite exquisite.
Yeah,
You have
it's
all the
like,
necessary things.
I mean, like, I made a few other things in here too, but like, those are less relevant. But I do keep like a lot of like supplies from like different parts of the world because that's what I was about at the time. So like, maybe it has what you need in here, or at least a good amount of it.
We shall see for, well, most of the time to cure such a thing without the means of higher magics, although, like I said, I've only seen this case a few times, maybe a couple. But it was taken care of by, well, it's called dragon's pneumonia because dragons are known for their fury, so you have to quell the fury. I think that ice shard kept your father from feeling the worst of it, but if we're able to, we use the ice shards and use it in different a way to administer stir it. So, all right, I need 3 things from you, Eddie, to get from your father. 1, I need a blood sample. 2, I need to know who made the medication with the ice shard, since they were the closest to alleviating your father. And 3, I need to make sure your father's not going to treat all the things I try to give him into, like, poisons, since I need a willing patient.
Hey, I'm confused by that last one.
If he hates Genasi's with great fury, he might think that I might try to kill him. I am not. Please try to make sure he takes his medication. The hardest thing about medications is people taking their medications, not the medication itself.
I mean, he's pretty good about taking his medicine. But you know what? I'll also just make sure the staff know.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. I'll be in here. I need his blood sample to get the accurateness of it, since depending on how colored it is, it means I need to do either lesser or stronger means. I'll start setting up here. And then we'll chat after we take care of your father.
All right. It's almost like a bit programmed. Just like wanders over, it's grabs where he knows the syringes are at. It's like, there they are, and then like starts poofing away.
And Seer shall get all the lab equipment they need ready to go.
Yep.
Like as if she's back at home.
All right. Yes, we do see a montage of you grabbing ingredients and going through this process. Do you mind going in detail what your method looks like, especially with the equipment at hand?
So often, if it was like a process where we could regress it slowly, Seer would make something like vials and potions to be able to quell in. However, since we saw how fast his condition just progressed at such alarming rates, Seer is creating, I would say not a vaccine, but more of a injectable cure. So they are getting materials, crushing them in a mortar and pestle. Instead of having a Bunsen burner, they use their hand to, as they walk around, to boil the compounds into a more simple, chains, and then they not simple chains, to combine the chains of the molecules together. As they continue so, they begin to muddle things, add chemicals to dilute other things. If they get the ice crystal, if there's a bunch of those ice minerals inside the, experimental room, Seal will begin to use it and start to concentrate that solution. And eventually, once she has the solution in her hand that's boiled enough with all the compounds she's mixed into it, she will start to titrate it with the ice solution, combining with it together.
Okay. Okay. So I think I want a bit of a medicine check with this as well.
Cool.
And
is it okay if I roll with intelligence for this one instead?
Yes,
Since
that's perfectly
kind
fine.
of rolling.
Yes,
Cool.
You can absolutely do that. And I need to specify, this isn't for crafting the potion. We're going to take this one step at a time. And first of all, it's with the ingredients at hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember your -1. But yes, you may use your intelligence.
Doing that. Normal.
Okay.
11. Flash
20.
of Genius, 26.
Okay, 26. I'm actually gonna make you hesitate on using Flash of Genius, because for this, that was the final threshold, was 20. So let me lay this down. With everything that Eddie has within his experimentation room, there is enough for again, creating not a treatment or a cure, but definitely, and I'm trying to think of the proper medical terminology for essentially putting things at a stasis to halt the progression of a disease. But essentially at hand, what you have is the ingredients to stop it for now, to keep it from progressing, but not enough for a treatment and a cure. Because there are two important ingredients that you are missing from this assortment here. And I'll list them off as the following. The first one, like you're mentioning before, the crystal that was used for essentially to regress the disease, is known as a crystallized frost balm. That is essentially the primary ingredient. towards a treatment that is required to make this work. It is called, let me look at my notes here. There it is. It is called frostroot poultice. It is made from a frostroot plant, primarily to the north, where it grows in the tundra. Perfect. Towards Seer, you can strike out the first ingredient that you put on there. It's one and the same for number 1 and number 2. But those are the 2 ingredients necessary for creating a treatment. So far, the clerics, the apothecaries that have tried to treat James have only gotten halfway there. That's how they can regress it with the crystallized frost balm.
Sorry, what was the 2 ingredients?
Crystallized frost balm and frostroot poultice. And keep in mind, it should be made into balm. So far, they've taken this crystallized frost and made it into an ingestible medicine.
Easy peasy. The problem is getting it.
Yep. All right. Absolutely. But again, from what you know, it is primarily the tundras in the north. And when I mean north, I don't mean north of this island. I mean north. I don't believe. Have I went into detail last session about the position of this island, or did that get skimmed over with all the actions or all the sequences that we had?
If it was mentioned, I don't think it was emphasized.
Okay, well, let me emphasize it because it is important. Because, again, I don't like to give you guys lore dumps or go too much into detail about things that aren't necessary for you guys to know. The background, essentially. But for this, I feel like it is important. I will remind all of you, although I don't emphasize this a lot, the entire world has a Pangea that goes across the equator that creates a tropical temperatures, even to the north and south. To the south, the more closer you get to the South Pole, the hotter the temperatures become. The closer you get to the north, the colder the temperatures get. Towards this island that you guys are on, it is closer to the equator, but the more north you guys get, the colder it becomes. And what you guys do know is the farthest north you can go is towards the civilization of the Sea Elves. Their capital, Frostheart. And again, with that type of tundra, you do know that is a location towards Usir. I know this is a bit long-winded, but it's necessary for you to know is the ingredients, the primary ingredients that you need can only be sustained in these environments, grown in these environments.
What was the capital where the Sea Elves are?
Frostheart. Would you guys like to see a map?
I would love to see a map.
Has a lot of bells and whistles on it, but I'll make sure to pin the location that matters here.
I will also let Eddie know when they get the chance to come back.
All right, you guys ready?
Ye-
That is if I actually preload the proper one.
Let's do it.
All right. So let me explain what you guys are looking at here. If you look at the left and right, you'll see 2 circles. This represents both sides of the planet of both the major seas. The left being the Titan, the right being the Ink Sea. If you notice with the Ink Sea, you don't see a lot. That's because it is extremely dangerous. And for Mega and Recusant, they have played in a campaign that was closer to the Ink Sea. It has been known to have a thick fogs and mists that will spawn demons. That being said, there's not a lot of cartography or exploration that makes it out of that region. So for the most part, unless the party digs in and goes through it, it will remain as a fog of war. Towards the left, you'll see a bunch of islands. Keep in mind with all these land masses that they are small enough that they're still considered chains of islands. They're not big enough to be considered continents. Towards where you guys are, I will ping, because I know there's a lot of stuff going on here. There we go. You zoom in towards the ping, you'll see where the island is. And you'll see, I should also specify because the geography is a little weird. The closer the islands are to the border of this map, the closer they are to the equator, towards the Pangea that circles around the planet like a ring. The closer you get towards the center is the closer that you'd get towards the North Pole, essentially. Towards a journey towards Frostheart, you would need an actual navigator or an expert on an actual journey towards there, because there are a lot of not only dangerous creatures, but dangerous phenomenon that go on within the Titan Sea that leads towards the capital of the Sea Elves. But towards the location of said settlement is right here, and I'll ping it for everyone to see here. Right there. Oh, sorry. Should be control. Come on. I was just doing it just like 2 seconds ago. Yeah, whatever. I assume if you guys can zoom out that you can see my ping. I'm sorry that I can't bring you over there. Something's a little buggy on my end.
Where are you pinging?
Yeah, damn it. Yeah, that's not good. If you go more towards the center of the map, a little bit south of that. I'm trying to figure out why I can't drag everyone to my ping here. Thank you.
I see. There's a little...
Yeah, and I know, Mega, that it might be a little hard for you to see with the contrast and everything going on here. But,
okay.
Yeah, that will do for now. Just imagine it's more towards the center of the map. And I guess because Eddie's family does have trading with the Sea Elves in general, I guess information I can provide is to get to the city of Frostheart. It is through tunnels that are basically carved through glaciers. You essentially have aqueduct waterways that bring ships from the ocean deep within the ice to a encased city.
A cold version of Sutopolis City.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. Yes. But that's enough with a little bit of the info dump here. That's neither here nor there at the moment. But that is the information that you have. That Eddie has is there are tunnels that lead into the city, and that's within the glacier. Moo, you're familiar that there are two primary ingredients that you need to actually go with for a cure for this, or a treatment, I should say, a treatment of this condition, but you know you can stagnate it. He is, at the moment, with all the equipment that you have at hand, all the resources at your disposal, you can stop the progress. It is not life-threatening, it is not a timer over your guys' heads, but it is an issue.
Means that it's our official first side quest for our next season. Yay!
Yep.
I added a flag towards the northern lands that we need to go to.
I see the flag.
Yeah, and I figured out the issue that I was doing. I was doing it on stream. There we go. And I realized that as I was looking at the flag.
All right, guys. We're ready to save Eddie's dad from exploding.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
could
let's talk
explode
about the
on me if you
primary
want.
issue first.
It'll be pretty big explosion.
Yeah, let me talk about the primary issue at first, and that is time. The journey is no cakewalk. At the moment, if you were to go over there to try to sail through there, taking the fastest route, assuming the winds are on your side, it would take you about 12 days to get there.
Makes sense.
Okay. I just want to make sure you guys are aware of the time it takes for you to get there by normal means.
We could always look to hire someone to teleport us. They've been to those lands before.
Mm-hmm.
Smart thinking.
Mm-hmm. I will inform Eddie, anytime you've went with your father on business towards these lands, it has always been by boat. Or if you've heard him talking business, it was over the shell phone. But yes, that's enough, a little bit of info dump right there. I want to, I guess, ask Seer, knowing all this, because I know this was a lot of information. I told you about ingredients, the geography of the world, along with where certain ingredients are located here. I need to ask you, Seer, what is this, what does this, I don't want to say treatment, I don't want to say cure. What is this medicine that you make? Concoction. Thank you. What kind of concoction have you made? Because I want to make it a little bit more open-ended. It doesn't have to be ingestible. It could be, an ointment. It can be an inhaler. What do you have in mind?
I made it injectable for the first dose, but for the second one, it is now then becomes like pills. But for the injection, when you pull it up, it doesn't have the beautiful crystalline shapes that it would have for the cure, where it looks like a frosty potion. In this case, though, it looks more like I would say, a light blue hue concoction with little bits of, I would say, it looks like salt, so it kind of looks like beautiful sea salt water. And then the pills are little blue pills with a little signet on it, branded by Seer.
Okay.
We can't call it that because the little blue pill has already been trademarked.
Yep. So, Seer, what does your mark look like?
It looks like a little picture of a mechanical dragon rascal.
Oh, that's cute. Nice.
It is really like a little imp.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just heated. It's not even like on a little metal stamp. It's like a little coin on Seer's finger that she just gets hot and just presses it into the pills.
That's cool. I like that. All right. And I assume, I assume that it's not only just a mark of your craft, but a way of providing security. If anyone says, oh, yeah, you made this, made that, you can easily check the medicine to see if you actually did make it.
Correct.
Yeah. So you make that. Mega, fill me in on your character. I've been talking a lot. So where have you been going? What have you been doing?
So, well, at the very least, like he did as instructed, went over to master bathroom, finding, finding Aluya and Mavet, in their little process. It's although he is kind of looking away a bit as he's drawing the blood sample that was asked, because just like like seeing your own dad naked sort of situation. It's like
Yeah, but he's covered in fur. Well, actually, I don't even think he's naked at the moment. I think Mavet just threw him with the suit on.
Yeah,
Yep,
I just
yep.
threw him in there.
Yeah, and his head is like, just leaning on his shoulder, and his tongue is lulled out. So you just see him with his tongue sticking out, eyes still wide open, twitching.
And you see Mavet breaking pieces of the giant ice cube he makes and rubbing it on your dad's tongue.
I'm not sure if I should be thankful or like confused why his clothes are still on.
I
You
thought
see
it was
real-
part of him.
You see it sticking like cloth and fur, just really freezing together.
He's gonna be uncomfortable when he wakes up.
You do know that this is his third favorite suit.
Should I separate him from his clothes?
If you could.
And Mavet begins to tear him off.
Oh.
Just rips. Too late to say anything. It just happens. Oh no.
Yeah. Again, third favorite suit.
At least it's only his third favorite suit.
All right.
Well, I guess since the damage has already been done.
Yep.
His twig is bigger than mine.
Don't look at Pop's. Just like Eddie.
Just like like Eddie like suddenly appears and like basically like starts functioning as a cartoon cover.
Thanks.
Eddie takes the sample that he needs. Thankful that Eddie is covering covering his sire. There we go.
There you go.
And
Alright, just like keep him chill and I guess let me know when he's like awake again.
and then he just like poops away.
Oh, don't be poofing in the house.
What?
That's all he
Hallelujah,
says.
we need more ice cubes.
She'll just break off pieces.
I start rapidly rubbing them on his tongue to cool him off.
You too, so. All right. Seer, you were able to well, unless Mega has more to add with coming back and we have more of a scene with the concoction. Are you ready to do the administration?
Oh yeah, so probably after Eddie informed Seer about like their condition, it's like beautiful. All right. And you see this big syringe. It's bigger than most because it's not like a normal Sorry, I'm giving myself chills. I hate needles. But basically it is one of those big syringes with the biggest gauge imaginable. And then she gives it to Eddie and goes like, "All right. I wouldn't put this in their arm. You're going to put it in their backside."
It's like again, just like
Eddie, could you do that thing again?
like again, just like a big cartoon cloud over his father's junk, and
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
And
Hmm?
I mean, like, I guess he's at least semi used to a needle, but it's not used to having to do it in just I unfortunately kind of like, like a feeling just where is it? Oh, okay, there it is. It's the part that jiggled. Why am I doing this?
Just give it a
Well,
mighty thump. And there you go.
That's my boy. That's my boy.
As he says in a fever G.
Why did he have to say that? So, and then, gives him what he wants. He asked
Okay.
for it.
All right. And you do so. All right. Yeah, the injection goes in. And what does the fluid look like, Seer?
Beautiful light blue salty sea water color.
Okay. Jesus. That definitely gets administered into James, and as that happens, you see like his veins underneath his fur begin to glow. I would say a deep blue. Is there anything else that you guys do? Because that is the only notable thing that happens within the minute.
I just say keeping him cold. It will put him back to the point where he'll be able to manage it, basically.
Okay. Yeah. And as you guys treat him, again, this does take a half an hour or so. I would say at this moment, Aluya, that your alter self would be reaching an end. Do you do another charge?
He's still unconscious, right?
Yep.
No, I'll be safe, because if he opens his eyes, I don't need him freaking out in the tub. Yeah, I'll reuse a charge.
Okay. Make sure that who has the staff currently? Like mechanically, who has the staff?
I currently have it.
Please expend a charge from it, please.
Will Dale.
Yeah. All right. If that's the case, we see this magic pulse around Aluya, and eventually James flutters his eyes from that unending blink. And as he does,
C won't be
Yeah.
in the room, just to make sure.
Yep, he closes his eyes and he has trouble opening them, as he just says,
All I see is darkness. Ugh. Am I dead?
and he looks around.
Pops, they put you face down.
Squiggles, turns himself over,
I still see darkness.
and his eyes are closed.
Pops, open your eyes.
I'm trying to, my boy. I'm trying.
And you see him struggling to open his eyes.
I need my eye drops.
Poops away. Poops back.
Yep. Do I hear poofing?
No.
Okay. He believes you full-heartedly.
Here's your eye drops, Pop.
Sir,
And he struggles to open his fat eyelids, squeezes it, one, other, blinks a couple times. His eyes are bloodshot, And it is merely because of how long his eyes just stayed open.
Everything's a bit blurry, but... Ooh, this is really nice.
And he paddles the water a little bit. He does the otter, backstroke thing. Where he's just on his back floating, like paws on his big tummy.
Oh, this is really nice. Oh.
Yeah, they drew you a cold bath.
Looks towards the tree man and the human. Does an awkward paddle to turn himself around where his head is closest towards Mavet and Aluya. And the bath is surprisingly big enough to do. But he hits his head a little bit. Turns around. All within the water without getting up. He tilts his head back a little bit more.
Well, thank you. I can't thank you enough.
And gives you a bit of a nod. Splashing a bit of water.
I apologize. Your son, Eddie, said take off your suit, so I have it here as I hold it up. Oh, here's the other half.
Eyes begin to widen.
Oh no.
And looks down. Chin's going from triple to quadruple, like ripple.
Oh no. That was my third favorite suit. Got it from my grandfather.
You have two. It can be third and fourth.
Oh, at least I still have my tie.
I can see if it can be mended, Pops. Magic is a thing.
My boy, haven't I taught you anything? Magic can do a lot, but it won't beat the sweat of a tailor.
Well, I guess I do kind of sort of know the sweat of a tailor, but...
That's my boy.
Gives you approval. Approving nod. As he begins to sit up. Stares at you, Eddie. Squints. Then looks past you.
Bring her in.
Seer, he knows you're there.
Seer slowly walks in, making sure their hair doesn't touch any of the flammable stuff in this room.
He begins to step out of the bath and nearly trips. Does a little bit of a waddle. And there's a towel covering his furry junk. But again, his fur he has enough fur to cover himself naturally. But he still puts a towel there for modesty's sake. He looks up towards you. Well, actually, yeah, I how tall have I said your father was, Mega? How tall is he?
Actually, I think you were so focused on describing how fat he was, you forgot to say how tall he was.
How tall was he? I just wanted to make sure everyone knows he's an obese and cute otter. How tall's your father?
So, I would say he might just be maybe an inch or two shorter than Eddie, maybe.
Okay, so he
He
doesn't
grew
look
more
up.
wide than tall.
Yeah, he doesn't look up towards Seer. If memory serves, Seer is 5'5", 5'7", was it?
5'7".
Yeah, 5'7". Yeah, it was Luya's 5'5", right?
Luya is. Tell you in a second.
Yeah. So
5'6".
Yeah. So he's looking at you eye level, if not looking a little down. And he puts out his hand for you to shake.
She looks down for a second, looks back up, puts their hand slowly, and gives them a handshake. It feels hot to them. Not like burning, but it's like unnoticeable. It's like if they hold it for too long, it's hot.
He is maintaining the handshake. At any point, does his fur burn?
No, it's the thing that makes it nice with Sierra's hands is like, and you want me to really make sure show you how like I thought about this character.
Yep.
The farther away it's from her core, the colder it is. So her hands are actually the safest versus like if you touch her torso, where it would like catch things on fire. So basically, torso and head are the hottest. Feet and fingers are the coldest.
Make me a strength check, please.
However, that ass is a furnace.
Damn.
Ha!
Sure. I'll take a roll if you give it to me.
Yep. Thank you.
I have weak arms. Oh wait. Oh, why is my roll 20? Oh no, not my roll 20. My.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. As a heads up, Gray.
Yeah.
My strength is abysmal.
Yep.
So, let me try to fix this. Hold on.
You could always roll a nat 20.
No, that's not the problem.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's doing a +9.
Yeah. Why is it a +9?
I think it's the potion of storm giant strength that's
There we
fucking
go.
with everything.
Yeah. No. Hang on. Let me take off. Yeah. You have a shit ton of effects on you that has not been taken off. Hang on. Okay, get rid of this. Going down list. Going down list.
Ah, so many potions. Ah!
Yeah.
Mega, you thought you were the drug addict. And then you look upon me in the side bar. I am the drug addict here.
All right.
I mean, well, I think you're still like the person who's taken the second most amount of drugs, but
Yeah, I'm gonna offer the check
Eddie
one more
knows how to
time.
party.
Yep. All right. Make that roll. Not disadvantage.
I didn't roll disadvantage. I didn't even get the choice to do it.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
With
No, that
disadvantage.
is appropriate. Nope. You are correct.
I'm gonna
It's still
tell
rolling
you.
with a +9.
Don't know why.
Hang on. Okay, let me take a look. Because I'm going through all your effects right now, and I should have disabled your potion strength. Hang on. All right, we'll just manually edit it. What was your proper score?
If I remember correctly, I think it was an 8.
Thank you. Enter.
Let me double check too.
Yep.
Even so, it was low.
Yeah, your sheet reflects that.
So with the additional -1, it's a 6. That roll, that last roll, anyway.
Let's see.
So both equal strength.
I want a fresh roll just because. I know we can use the roll, but it it was so fucked from an error from the character sheet that I do want a proper reroll.
All right, send it to me one more time, and I will.
Yep, Jesus.
Let's do it.
Holy cow.
Mavet, I swear to God.
450.
No, that was,
I just
that was Mavet. That was Mavet fucking with shit.
And then this will be a -1, so that'll be
4.
4.
Yes. So with that handshake, you feel his paw crushing yours a little bit. Not enough to be hurtful. It's just a very strong grip. And he is looking at you. And I feel like as he stares at you with each breath, again, like a cigar in mouth, the room becomes a little bit more and more hazy. And he is going to do an insight check on you. And I am going to request a roll from you. I want a How do you present yourself, I should say?
I tend to present myself as very for like Seer, they're confident in their stuff, but they're not charismatic. They're very much like stone cold, hey, I'm gonna give you the truth. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You know that Seer doesn't lie. Seer doesn't lie at all. Seer straight up told Aluya that they died and did not, think too hard on it. It's very much like they carry themselves truthfully, but not showing off. That's the best way to describe it.
Okay. So, yeah, give me a, Give me an intelligence persuasion. And I'll offer you the roll.
Hi. Let's see it.
She attended a women in business course and
Yeah.
14, 19.
14?
There you go.
Okay.
It's a 19. It's a 19.
Yeah.
I messed up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, he's looking at you. With your 19 and his 14 insight, he's looking at you. And starts from your eyes. Do you stare back?
I do. For like a split second, then I move my eyes away, and then I try my best to keep eye contact. But it's one of those awkward moments, like Seer's true issue of like not making eye contact shows. I think they'll notice pretty quickly. It's like, why?
There's a different air about him. For the most part, from what you've seen with his interactions with Eddie and towards everyone that Eddie claims to be a friend, he seemed friendly, if not aloof. As he stares at you, there is a cold air about him, a sternness. The backbone of a conglomerate is before you, and his eyes are piercing cold. You see that the squint of his eyes are slightly opened, that you can see the color. Eddie, what is the color of your father's eyes?
I would actually say like his eyes would probably be yeah, I would say like probably ashen gray.
Yeah. You see ash eyes staring at you. And as he looks forward and maintains that eye contact, you feel him rolling his fingers about like he's stoking the fires of a flame. It is not to belittle you. It is just to test your fire, waiting for his fur to burn. And after a couple minutes of a far too long handshake, to the point where it's just hand holding, he lets go of your hand and looks down at his paw. How often does your gaze flicker from his?
I mean, let's put it this way. Initially, it's strong, but then it starts to waver a lot because Seer does not like looking into people often's eyes. The group doesn't know why, but Seer very much has issues looking into people's eyes, mainly because based off what she's seen in her dreams, and including what Gray did a while ago with that, if you remember the Aluya kiss thing, eyes constantly penetrating, kind of throw Seer off often.
If you had to put a number on it, how often?
Oh, definitely like 9 times.
9 times?
Oh, yeah.
You see him put his arm slightly behind his back. And again, imagine that he has a towel for his lower part. As the smoke gets heavier and heavier and covers like his body, obscuring the room to the point where you can only see 5 feet in front of you. The smoke clears up slightly, and you see that he is wearing a new suit. At no point did he make motions of changing clothes. At no point did it appear that he teleported. You just see his clothes just, breathing onto his body is the best way to put it. And as he stares at you, you might have a bit of a quip.
What's wrong, girl? Why can't you stare at my eyes?
And as he says that, it sounds a bit muffled. It's a little hard for you to hear, Seer. Eddie, how close are you towards your father and Seer? Give me a rough distance.
I think because it's like the situation that felt like it was developing, he's probably actually within a few feet, probably a bit closer to his father, just in the event that he feels like he needs to intervene.
Yeah, and you can see everything transpiring, especially with your sense. Mavet, Aluya, how close are you to James and Seer?
I would say I'm like 10 feet back, kind of just. She was treating him, right? So.
Yep.
She would have been stepped back.
Yep.
Letting her do her thing.
Yeah, and just so I can paint the scene for you, he is standing up outside of the tub, and smoke is really becoming thick in the air. It is not steam. Smoke is becoming very thick here.
I would say I'm right next to the tub.
Okay. Give me a rough distance in your mind. How far that would be from James. Would you say that would be 5 feet, 10 feet?
Well, if he's standing next to the tub, I'd be right next to him. So I would say anywhere between 3 and 5 feet.
Okay. Yeah, for Mavet and Eddie, it's hard to hear the conversation. For Aluya, you really need to strain your ears, like the smoke is buffeting his voice.
Okay.
Your response, Seer.
Why do you have trouble looking at my eyes?
It's not because of you. It is because what motivates me to follow this path is a greedy need. I want to learn the truth of myself and why at some moments of my life, why some moments I sleep, why many times I make my decisions, a cold pair of blue eyes stare upon me.
His expression is stoic. There is no smile, there is no frown. He is just evaluating you. Much like seeing the authenticity of gold within a pile. He just says to you,
Is that so? I take comfort at the eyes that look over me. Why don't you do the same? What does the gaze mean for you?
It reminds me as if I have lost a great deal of something that I loved. And every time it stares at me and I take my decisions, either I did something wrong or I did something good. And the confusion of it all makes me feel as if I'm speechless. I don't know if I did something wrong or bad, like a child being scolded and not told why. Hence why I want to figure out the secrets behind it, because if I know if they are eyes of love or eyes of pain, I at least can understand what I was before.
a little bit more smoke leaves his mouth as he speaks. It's like speaking to a bit of a dragon. His heart before was glowing and burning at his clothes. Now, the only remnants of fire that you see is an occasional ember as he speaks. And it gives him, again, I wouldn't say noble, but an off-putting demeanor. His presence is a bit crushing as he says to you, "You don't know who you are? You struggle to know who you once were?" His brow rises. "You're not inspiring confidence in me."
That is quite observant of you for, well, when you get to really know me, when you get to talk to me in such ways, I think you can read me very well that I'm not a very confident person for, well, and this is something hard to describe to you, but for many of my people, for many of the things, I'm going against the curve of what they normally would do. In fact, what I am doing, maybe the majority would look upon weird, strange, or abysmal. And I'm in this tight spot where I feel that I am going against the flow of what I should be, like my nature. But a greater calling says I must go on. I am being pulled in two directions. I am in a situation where I'm in a constant strife of my own body.
You are perhaps the most squeamish person I've ever laid my eyes on. Look at me.
And he says that firmly.
Seal will finally put their eyes to the test of like to stare back, and Seal will make a remark going like, "That's actually pretty astute of you to say as well, mainly because often those that follow the life of the blaze are proud, loud, and extremely arrogant. I'm not that."
Me.
And she will now maintain eye contact.
He'll take a step in closer. It's a bit uncomfortable how close he is. And he's just looking directly into your eyes.
Listen to me, girl. You have my son's life in your hands. If I am to take comfort in him being friends with a genasi of all things, I'd prefer that they stare me in the eyes, knowing that they will be defiant towards any harm that comes his way. Look at me and tell me that you will keep my boy safe.
I shall. And I will say this as a great compliment for you and your wife. I will protect him with my life, for he has shown the greatest amount of love to me, despite what I am. A love that often is only brewed and made by the people of the biggest hearts, such as yourself.
All right. Make me that persuasion roll. And this is going to be with wisdom. You're speaking from the heart.
I'm glad it's not charisma, because I was going to say, it's like, this is not going to go well for me. We're going to find out. You know, I'm not going to flash a genius it. Do you know why?
Why?
I'm gonna make a justification that they see basically Seer saying it from the heart, but the thing is that you could definitely tell due to his like imposing nature of like charisma that it's like she is extremely truthful, but it's like her confidence is just hard because I think you can understand it's like she's very much unfamiliar with the fact that this kindness is so bizarre since she's extremely used to the fact that she is constantly people that get murdered or shamed. So she's trying her damnedest to give a persuasive role in a sense of telling him, but it's extremely hard when she's afraid not of Eddie, but afraid of everyone else around her.
You will feel a heavy paw on your shoulder. No grip. Do you maintain eye contact?
I try.
Okay.
And I will.
All right. As you maintain eye contact, you see that the embers, as he speaks, become a little bit more bright. There's a couple more embers, like he just breathed in coal. As he speaks to you, the fog in the room gets more thick, and he says firmly, "Look at me," and maintaining this eye contact. "I am putting extreme amounts of trust in you. Your kind has done nothing but hurt my family, hurt our business. We are on the cusp of going into destitute because of your kind." And he leans in close. "There is nothing that means more to me than my family in securing their protection." And as he breathes out, it's like a dragon. "If for a moment I think you will endanger my dear, dear boy, I will snuff out your fire." And he looks towards you. And this is very important, how you respond to this threat. I want you to take a moment and think carefully.
When he says that,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the best approach, and I think this is what makes it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, make sure you go over the conversation a little bit. Try to see where he's leaning you towards.
Just try to be careful because the key thing is like, I know he wants me to kind of like show that I want to show to protect his son and make sure I don't ruin him as much. I think Seer will phrase it as best they can, as if they are looking upon a dragon, telling them, "Don't fuck with my egg." I swear upon the very nature of what made me strange. I swear upon the fact that I wish to help people and all natures of all things. I swear on the fact that your son will always be in safe hands with me as he always keeps me safe at all times. I will snuff myself out, for I will not let blood fall on my hands, and especially of your sons. He is the one that I will always make sure he'll be the one alive before I.
His mouth begins to twitch. And you see just with his hand, he raises his paw from his shoulder, clenches his paw, and we see like a little bit of a vacuum in this thick cloud leading towards Eddie. And Eddie, you see your father staring towards you. And he just says very simply, "Boy, how much does she mean to you?"
She's one of my friends.
One second. I'm gonna need a persuasion roll. Wow. Holy shit.
Although I think he's understanding like the nature of that question.
Yep.
It's just like,
Seriously, Pops, not like that. If anything, she's taken.
Seer will actually make a reaction, go like, what?
Okay. He looks towards Seer, looks towards Eddie, then looks towards Seer. His hand rolling, his fingers rolling in his palm. He opens his hand and gives a side glance towards Eddie. He reels back and he peers like he's about to strike Seer. Do you stop him?
oh, sorry, who was that you directed at?
Towards you, Eddie. Sorry. He is giving you a side glance, looking at you as he's reeling back. And it also goes towards the Seer. You see that he's reeling back. Do you move? Do you stand still? Do I take that as a moment of hesitation from Seer?
You mean like when he's throwing his hand at me?
Yes, he looks like he's reeling back and about to strike you. Do you stand and take it? Do you move?
I don't move.
Okay.
I feel I did already tell him whatever his decisions are is, up to him. It's his own actions.
Okay.
I will not take it away from him.
Eddie?
So Eddie will just realizing that's about to happen, just he's going to cast Sanctuary on Seer.
Excellent. All right. All right. Explain the flavor of the spell, please.
It's in this case, it's realizing what he's about to do. Just it's like Eddie. It's the smoke is going to go over and and create a protective layer of smoke around Seer. It's as at least his father is attempting.
Mhm. Okay. You'll make the wisdom saving throw. I assume a 19 beats.
It's, you know what? Fuck it. Silvery barbs.
Okay. Again, flavor that in. As he's reeling back, we see this sanctuary take effect. He's going in. It looks like he's going to follow through with it. How's the silvery
Yeah,
barbs look?
Well, I mean, this is more.
Are you speaking, Mega?
I think he died.
Okay. No, I heard him breathe for a second.
Can you say that in a more creepy tone?
If you're saying anything, Mega, we can't hear you. Okay.
Right at the most perfect moment. Isn't that beautiful?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Because I'm not entirely sure if Mega can hear us himself. If you can, Mega, just type it into our little chat here. But if that's the case, we might take a little 5-minute here stretcher as Mega gets things sorted. I know it's a very suspenseful thing to leave off on here.
We can take 5. I'm just going to do some
Yeah.
quick edits of the art.
Yeah, sounds good for me. We're gonna take a quick 5-10 minute break until things get sorted out here.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, okay. All right, and we're back. Let's put on a little bit of tension and fear here. All right. So, Eddie, you put Sanctuary on Seer, and you did Silvery Barbs. Now let's pick up where we left off. What does the Silvery Barbs look like?
Yeah, so the smoke from the sanctuary, it's like actually like is starts to form a bit and actually take on the like briefly the visage of Eddie, basically to just throw his father off.
Hmm.
Or
If I- yeah.
possibly if because I think I know where you're going there. It
Yeah.
actually takes the shape of like a rib with two short swords.
Exactly, and I think that's what's more off-putting isn't the fact that's Eddie, but it doesn't look like the Eddie that he remembers, and this is his first time really taking note of it when it's right in front of his face without all the complications and tense talks. It's just right in front of his face, and he goes, "What the hell?" And I think looks towards you. His hand in the air. What are you doing, boy?
I don't want you to hit my friends.
Looks towards you.
And he's looking him in the eyes.
Yeah. Well, Edward, what are you going to do about it?
Eddie will like make sure he's standing up straight and kind of like it's like change positions into like a bit more of a combative stance.
If you hit her, I'll hit harder.
You mean to hit your old man?
And he walking up to you, slightly looking up, very close to you.
You think you have what it takes to strike your old man?
I don't know, but if I learned anything from you, Pops, it's not about whether you think you can, it's what you must do. Do or don't. There is no try.
All right. I want you to make me an insight roll. Okay. And keep in mind that number is a little bit higher. I just made a charisma ability check. But the skill he is using, he is proficient with. You see him trying to hide away his pride, his admiration of what you said, trying to put on his stern face. It's a very convincing mask that would deceive a lot of people, but you see right through it. He is trying his best to put on a face and stick with it. And you see those familiar eyes give a side glance towards Seer. Seer, what are you doing this entire time?
Seer is, if they looked away, kind of like. I'm not gonna lie. I assume the exhaustion that Seer has slowly been taking more and more of a toll. As when the disguise fell off, it doesn't mean the exhaustion went away.
Nope.
So very much Seer is just sitting there, kind of like looking like she really needs to sit down, but she's not like gonna fall over. She's keeping her ground. So she's just going like, I'm letting this resolve itself any way it is,
Okay. I'm actually going to pivot from you for a second, Eddie, and towards Seer. I'm going to provide you an insight check.
Cool.
Yep. And this is going to rely on intelligence. -1. Okay.
17.
You see that James is about to strike Eddie as his hand does go into the air. I need to ask, does Seer do anything to stop his father from striking him?
I cast Sanctuary on Eddie.
He raises subtly, like, let me hear the flavor of this spell.
I mean, what's going to be funny is that as they are about to throw it, suddenly you see Seer chuck a ball towards Eddie that just latches onto their chest, and it just seems to be this small glimmering field just appears over them. It glistens like a little bit of glitter that constantly is falling down, but it keeps cycling. It is of glitter, I would say, of silver.
Okay. And what's your DC?
19 naturally.
He goes in to try to backhand Eddie. And you see that there is a bit of force behind it. And Eddie, as you see your father trying to strike you, there is a smile that forms on his face as his hand stops before your cheek. And his back is towards Seer. And you see him just wrangling with the smile. And flat once more. Steel eyes. And he says to Seer, "What do you think you're doing? This is between a father and his son." Still wrangling the smile.
As I told you, before I let him be hurt, I would be the one first hurt. I will protect him, even from his own father.
I think he's looking at Eddie. Eddie, how do you feel about this martyr behavior?
It's like Eddie it's like glancing over.
Says, Seer, I can take care of myself.
Doesn't
gotta
matter if
start
you can
doing
take
that.
care of yourself. I will protect you, not as just a companion, but you have earned yourself to be one of my very first friends.
And friends take care of each other.
Correct. Besides, I also know you could kick your father's ass. You've shown it numerous times with other people we've had fought. Nothing was able to hold you down.
I'm still sorry about that, by the way.
I don't need your apology for that. That was just a horrible horror situation. I would have liked it if you did that to me when you knew I was first off right away, even if it's me right now. If I turn bad for my goal, or even from my friends, you know that I would like to be struck down before I could do more.
Eddie, you see with on James's face, like his brows furrowing, vein popping on his forehead a little bit.
I'm guessing he didn't like the comment that I said he could kick your ass, but above table. That's what I'm saying, above table. I'm going like, I don't think he liked that idea.
Well, if you want to see what he's reacting to, by all means, at any time you guys can say an insight check. But if no checks are being made, I'm going to move on to what he says next. Listen here, girl. And I think he slowly turns towards you. When I say protect my boy, when I say keep him from harm, it isn't all about the strikes and the bruises. And he taps on his head a little bit. I mean all harm. And if you throw away your life that my boy cares about, then I have a problem with you. And he walks up towards you. If you mean to throw away your life to protect my boy, and he comes out worse from it, I am going to drag you from whatever afterlife, whatever hell that you crawl into, and pull you out. Do we understand each other?
Oh no, this is gonna be so like one of those rare moments that makes me kind of think of it now. I think he hit a spot on Sears' heart, because Sears often seen as expendable in their mind, or very much kind of like, hey, my life is less valuable versus yours kind of thing. So when he's just saying you better keep yourself alive, blah blah, on this thing, she just kind of sits there and go like, you don't view me as, and it's kind of that moment where maybe Sear looks like she tears up a bit on that. Because it's kind of that moment of that I'm not being seen as to be murdered. I'm seen to be seen as keep alive.
Yeah. And Eddie, throughout the entire process, a couple things are beginning to click from you. It seems like mainly what your father is trying to achieve here is understanding the risk factor. Much like any kind of product he buys or invests in, he wants to see if the risk is worth the purchase, essentially. He wants to see the integrity of your friend. So far, she has protected you. You've protected her. There's a firm bond that seems between you. And it brings him ire to see something you cared about, something that you made an investment in, wanting to destroy itself, essentially, to keep you safe. He is seeing this as a stock investment of sorts. He does not want to see it drop. He wants to see it grow. And towards this, it looks like he's seeing beyond the race slightly, just to see what's beneath the surface here. Are you looking at his eyes here?
I would say so, because it doesn't waver in this case. This time it's one of those moments is I'm genuinely touched by that, where it's they can't look away. It's not a unwavering thought of oh, I'm confident. This is they never heard this before, She has lived her life in fear often, and she kind of has made herself very cold to a lot of things. Hence why she's extremely honest. This is also one of those moments where it's I think her feelings just got touched there, and it's one of those moments where it's she actually is like I said, teary-eyed, maybe is like one of those moments where she can't look away. It's one of those like, I am shocked.
He just stares at you for a while before looking towards Aluya, then towards Mavet, then back to Eddie. Boy, what have I told you about risky ventures? There
Don't make an investment unless you're confident in it.
we go. Praises you. Damn right. And I haven't seen such confidence in you in a while. Not only did you get one of the most dangerous assets out there, but you're threatening to beat your old man's ass. And again, there's a hint of pride that you were developing a backbone. Well, at least it's just one Genasi. We should be able to work with this. Yes.
I don't think Seer would react to that. She's kind of stuck in her own head, so I'm not going to help out in the situation.
No, he's gonna do an insight check, and I want a... Before anyone does any actions, I want deception checks from the group. This isn't to lie. This is just the initial reactions from him saying that. And I'll offer everyone the roll.
You know, I might as well take my own advantage from the silvery barbs.
There you go. All right. Oh.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Seer's kind of like emotional.
Negative
One of the rare
one.
moments where she's emotional, so she's extremely honest.
Mm-hmm.
We're technically -2.
Mm-hmm.
I already put negative in there, so it's...
Oh, you put the
it's
negative in there yourself. Okay, so.
Yep. Mavet, where's your roll?
Roll higher than an 11.
Mm-hmm. No, it's fine if he's away for the moment. I think the point is clear here. Is James is staring at Seer. And you see him start to develop a frown. There is only one Genasi here, right?
Let me ask you a question then. Kind of like just their throat a little bit like shaky on that.
Mm.
Do you know how Genasi is made?
Squints his eyes. Does not respond.
I can tell you that often around the natural element of things, in your case, if you've seen a sentient calamity, which I imagine you have since you're a seasoned sailor, or a seasoned warrior, whichever the two, you then would know that often high amounts of elements can be extreme amounts of energy. Well, when someone dies, they don't die. They get recycled. And due to us trying to protect one of our friends. Eddie and I were trying to save a friend of ours. The pride product is that they were saved, but they were forever changed and has become what I never wanted them to be. And yet, I don't think they realize the gravity of it like you do. And I think you and I and our interaction between that has shown them that it weighs heavy. I hope
The
they
point,
understand this.
girly.
There is another, yes.
Where do they hide?
I will let them reveal themselves. I
Looks around the
feel
room to see an invisible person become visible.
It's just Aluya's like in her head because it seems like they're having a serious conversation.
she's just ignoring it. And I just like when he's looking around, Sears just like looks to Aluya. Seer does not look like a normal face where they're stone faced. They actually kind of look like actually emotional as they look and go like, I think it'd be best to reveal yourself now.
Huh?
He,
What? What's happening? Did you call me?
Um, I can't do this, Eddie. Can you take over on this?
Just real quick above table, Nita. You didn't just like step away, and now you're
no,
actually
no,
confused about
that's
what
how
happened.
she's
No,
playing the
no.
character.
I love it.
I'm making sure because that happens.
But like Sierra's gonna be like, "Can you take over, Eddie? I don't know how to feel right now."
What do you mean, take over, Eddie?
He's looking around, looking for like an invisibility spell to be dispelled here.
Or are they hiding?
Perhaps they're not like invisible or anything. It's you can plainly see them.
Plainly see. I only see a tree person and a human.
Looks towards the tree person inquisitively.
Aluya will step closer. I feel like I'm missing a lot of context. Lots of confused faces. What am I missing?
Look, I'm just going to say it would be a lot easier if you just dropped the disguise now.
Oh, okay.
Pops prefers integrity over anything else.
Well, okay, good. I felt bad, doing it this way. All right. Well, I should first say that I wasn't always like this. Remember when I said that I make poor choices? Well, this was one of them. But I was strict. I do have parents, great people. I have not seen them since the incident. But, yes, I am like Seer now. Again, poor choices. And she'll drop it.
There's no shock. He was mentally prepared from it. Mentally prepared for Genasi appearing. And he, again, stares at your eyes and looks at your entire form, watching the electricity dance.
I mean, she stares at him back. I mean, she doesn't break eye contact. She doesn't feel like she did anything wrong or has anything really to hide. She is who she is.
Yeah. Although, just really quickly, it's like James actually gets a message from Eddie.
Yep.
Remember when I said Seer was taken?
Gives a knowing nod to Eddie.
I understand.
I wasn't trying to hide it from you. Honestly, I don't look too different. The issue is that when this happened to me, now if I make contact with people, I tend to shock them pretty badly. So that's why I was hesitant at first to shake your hand, you know?
Uh-huh. He looks at you, sees the confidence, and gives you a nod of approval because you were one of the first people that he talked to from the party. And I think what he might do as a follow-up to that is, I think he might make a lighthearted comment and just say, "So my son protects you, huh?"
Oh, yes, for sure. Like I told you, he's pretty spectacular in what he can do.
Narrows his eyes. Protects you, but do you protect him?
I tried my best to support him in whatever way I can.
She's very explosive when she wants to be.
Eyes widen a little bit, not sure how to take that. All right.
Well, if you want more context, it's just honestly, this group is the first group of people I've actually had friends with. I never really had friends, and as much of a fuck up as I am, he accepted me, and I appreciated that.
I want you to make me a persuasion check, please.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I actually want to show you a little something. Our good girl, Moo, actually made something for you, Luya.
Yes. Yeah. Question. Am I allowed to guidance myself?
Would you like to? You are allowed to guidance yourself. Would you like to?
Yes. I was just saying, in the moment, would it have been permitted? Because, he's kind of trying to feel me out. May I have the roll, please?
Yes, ma'am. I shall give you the roll. Yep. And it's going to be persuasion. And I will show everyone what this looks like.
Save me.
Mm-hmm.
It is coming in slow, like AOL.
In their defense, they did give me a higher rendering, so it's kind of like intense.
Okay.
Yep. But yeah. That is what Luya looks like. But just for people listening to this, Luya, you mind going in a little bit more detail of what your Genasi form looks like?
Sure. I still get to maintain my lovely lady lumps, my curvaceousness.
Okay.
My tan skin, it's still there, but it's just translucent in a way, like if somebody was like really pale, you can like see their veins, but it's different. Instead of veins, you can see like crackling bits of lightning throughout her entire body. Her hair, it still maintains the color, but it doesn't look like regular hair strands. It's like strands of electricity all coming together to make it appear like her hair. I like the fishnets you gave me. I appreciate that.
James is overwhelmed by your conviction with your 19. It seems like, unlike Seer, who was skittish, your confidence is reassuring enough that he doesn't need to test out your action. Nevertheless, he doesn't believe it would work twice as well. He gives you a nod, then looks towards Eddie once more.
It was quite a risky investment, my boy.
So, well, at this point, I think I've been keeping a lot of company. So, but I think we both know I've taken bigger risks in the past.
Edward.
And kind of like actually like
Yep, go
giving
ahead.
a knowing look, but which I mean that in both senses of the word.
Yep. I think he would stare at you, Eddie, and he would say,
Edward, you've done a lot of risky things. You've done a lot of things that I'm growing to respect. Things that I'm proud of. But I cannot say this enough, my boy. If you're caught within this company, and he takes a big breathe in, harboring a genasi is a heavy crime. There won't be a trial. There is nothing and he motions his hand towards the room, the estate, we can do for you. The only lifeline you have is, and he pounds on his chest a little bit as smoke spills out, is the Nexus. Are you going to take this gamble? Are you going to keep walking this path, my boy?
I'm going to do what I feel like I have to. And if anyone tries to stop me, let them try.
That's the Hayse way. That's the Hayse way.
and he goes up to you and puts a hand on your head and tuffles your hair a little bit.
Pops.
Then pounds you on the chest a little bit and goes in for like a sidearm hug. That's the way I raised you. That's my boy. And he looks at the party. This is my boy. And the smoke in the room begins to dissipate. And after he's done hugging you and just going through the motions of being a proud father, he just says to you,
All right, boy,
I approve. And looks towards the Genasis and the tree man and gives a nod.
I approve.
I still
Oh,
have
I
many
guess.
questions about the tree, but
Yeah, I think he just says,
Though I suppose it wasn't necessary to begin with, huh? You didn't need my approval. You'd find your own way like a true Hayse, a noble Hayse.
This seems like a hugging moment, but you know my issue now, so. But I'm imagining we're all in a big hug huddle.
gives a smile.
I can do with the shock and comes in for a
Oh,
hug.
no. It's okay.
Dexterity
Like
save.
I said,
Dexterity save.
I meant what I said. Really? What is the DC?
Hang on. I'll give it to you. It's going to be contested with him. Hang on.
Your poor heart.
Yeah, he needs a jolt. Dexterity save. Throwing it your way. All right. Yeah, he misses, yeah. Just going in for a giant bear hug. Do you sidestep him? What do you do?
You want to take in control of this hug? I wish I could, but hug him tight for me.
Will do.
Mavet then proceeds to summon his arms and give him like a forearm hug.
Yep. So you go out to hug him, Mavet? What does this look like?
Yeah, I just since he missed Aluya, I'm assuming he went past her. He turns
Yeah.
around. I quickly move Aluya out of the way and
Yeah.
spread my arms. It's like I'll take that hug.
Looks towards Eddie and he just says to you, I guess I'm a tree hugger too. And he goes in for a hug. And his fat cheeks are like mushing against your bark.
Watch out for that tree.
Yep. Probably gets a splinter too. How tightly do you hug him?
Do I roll?
I'm asking, do you... It's up to you whether you want to roll or not.
Let's do it.
Okay. Do a strength check.
I'm going in for a good, nice squeeze,
Okay.
like I would squeeze Eddie.
Okay. Let me reemphasize. Higher does not mean better for this. You want a nice average roll.
I have low strength, anyways.
Yep.
It's my weakest stat. So
Okay.
It would only be good if he
Oh,
got his
my
arms out.
boy! It's a little tight.
and I'll whisper in his ear, I will always protect Eddie.
Hmm. Yeah, I can go a little tighter. And he goes in for the hug. Turning back. Mm-hmm. All right, Eddie. It is at this
His back
moment.
pops into place.
Yep. We hear the pop. And I'm going to say like the camera fades away from the bathroom scene. And I need to ask the party, what would they like to do? It appears that you're within James's good graces. And because of how well that turned out for you, I'll give you guys a little bit of leeway when requesting items, property, essentially anything of worth. You can just imagine that you do. Yeah.
Well, I think first we have to get him his medical prognosis because
That's perfectly fine, and I know we skimmed over that a little bit, but we will definitely head into the medical diagnosis in 1 second here. I do need to ask, or I guess I should just continue. But because you guys have gotten his approval, you do have the Hayse estate at your disposal for purchases, items, vehicles, what have you.
Ooh, yes, I would like to sell. I'd ask Daddy Eddie, Pops Eddie, can I sell you something of great value?
Yes, sir. Yes, Tree Boy. Yeah, we can make a deal with this.
And what are you trying to pawn off here?
I would like to sell him my name, Penelope.
More RP for that, please.
Yes, my Tree Boy. What do you have to sell?
Yes, I have come across something of great value when we arrived in this land. For I was given a name, Penelope, while at this shop of foods, and I was able to pay with it. I am not fond of the name, but I would love to offer it to you.
But Penelope? The ambassador? Just raises an eyebrow. Are you... Son, are you trying to sell me a person?
No, I'm Penelope. The man called me Penelope.
Okay.
Pops, remember how I said that I came here, but like I kind of traded places with Mom?
And before I continue on with the spy, I should really emphasize you guys are in his office now. I'm going to say that was a scene transition, but go on.
I think maybe everyone else here did a similar thing.
No. Oh dear.
And he pats his forehead a little bit.
Well, it scares me that we don't know too much about that.
And he motions in the air a little bit.
Will you be leaving soon? Can you leave to bring back your mother?
And if you want, I can give an answer to the table about something. At any time, anyone in the party can break the teleportation by spending one action. Doing so will transport everyone back, all the way back to the teleportation circle. But there is a catch. When you do so, the clocks will move forward.
All right. Then I guess maybe Eddie's answer to this would be...
Yep.
Well, we can kind of do it anytime we want.
Oh, good. Bring your mom back. I'd love to see her.
Well, the thing is that I would have to go too. And remember that whole thing we talked about, those, like those genasi that are trying to destroy the world?
Please, my boy. You gotta find a better word when you have such company.
Looks towards the other two genasi.
Okay,
Actually, above table, I'm forgetting the name that they gave themselves, the army.
The Rebirth Bastion.
Okay.
Sorry, I guess I'll call them by what they want to be called. The Rebirth Bastion. They'll get further ahead in their goals, so we don't want to do that unless we finished our business.
What business? Yes, you told me this, that, and what.
And he's just moving his hands about.
But what is your business here? Just take away your mother?
Just laughing a little bit, just to calm himself down.
Well, it's this that we know that there's a part of the Rebirth Bastion around in this area, and we're trying to stop them so that we can keep them from, I guess in this case, destroying the whole Titan Sea.
Hurt. Oh, my boy, my boy, my boy.
He's just repeating.
Oh. It sounds like you're a bit... You don't have everything that you need. If you need anything, my boy, just say the word. I'll help you. Whatever brings your mother home faster. Consider the family's wallet your own. I need my medication. Just goes towards the drawer, and this is an opening towards the doctor in the room. Where is my medication here?
You won't be needing to take those anymore. I made your own.
What do you mean? He looks towards you.
Sierra pulls out a vial full of, well, not a vial, a bottle full of these little pills that that have the same color as the shot, and be like, this will keep things from progressing because I can't cure you yet. I need 2 ingredients, 2 that you don't have. So
Poppycock. Ingredient we don't have. We have everything here. And if we don't have it, we can get it.
Alright then, do you have... Well, if I remember correctly what it's called, I only have seen it maybe a few times when I was running about. And then Sierra will go, Frost Root Poultice. Do you have any Frost Roots?
Yeah, and he starts to get a cold sweat.
Do you have any Crystallized Frost?
Sweats more. Oh. Shit.
Yeah, that...
And he bites his lip. That's it. Usually we can get a shipment of that, but, and he scratches the back of his neck. Been having a bit of issues with exports and imports with the sea elves to the north. It's actually what we are investigating right now. I have a good, hang on, I'm blanking on the word. The fuck is the word for old-timey police officer in England?
Constable?
Thank you. I was super close to it. I have the finest constable out there investigating it. Goes by the name of Eric. You don't turn things nose up and we should be able to iron out the issues we've been having.
Well, speaking of Eric, I did find your answer. The person that's been messing with your things is named Quagmire. But Eric's also the one that I switch with.
Really digging for that medicine, feeling for the heart.
No, I'm just take this, hands the pills to that
Greedily
you're gonna
swallows
feel
them.
better.
Okay, maybe I didn't stress this so much before. Edward, he looks towards you. I may have been putting on a bit of airs and a face. This is a serious issue to our family. I meant to keep your mother calm today by perhaps underballing how much this will impact us. And he's wiping his brow a little bit. It puts me a bit, makes me uneasy knowing that one of the head investigators I had on this case is also gone.
Although,
Shit.
wait, Seer, did you say that their name was Quagmire?
Correct. Fun
Are you
fact,
thinking what
I'm pretty...
thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Family Guy
That's-
was a good show. We all understand this, Eddie. What point are you trying to make here? Sorry, he doesn't say that. Go on.
Pops,
Yes.
I think this Quagmire person might be related to the Rebirth Bastion.
Oh, Bastion this, Bastion that. Of course, these damn Genasi keep fucking with our business.
And paws just
I
over
hope.
his face, peek through, looking at the Genasis. The Bastion, fucking with our business. Backpedaling.
Wow. Backpedaled so hard, Mavette left. I'm joking.
Yeah, that's fine. We're about to reach an end here, but he just says to you, if it's about the issue at hand, the state is at your disposal. Whatever you need to investigate this, I will help.
For what it's worth, Pops, it's possible that in some way, this teleportation thing that we did, I think we swapped out with people that were in some way related to everything the Rebirth Bastion was doing. Sort of like a cosmic way to bring us to where we needed to go.
That's ridiculous. I mean, Penelope was, and his face goes a little pale. An ambassador for the Sea Elves, or Eric, he was investigating the disturbance. Then looks towards Eddie and towards Aluya and your mother, and looks, stares at Aluya. Who did you switch places with?
Interesting thing. I was this elf gentleman. He does not seem to like you, the Hayse, very much. His name was Lythral Whisperwind.
Lythral? that crazy bastard.
And again, his face goes a little pale. Genasi apologist. Tongue goes to bottom lip.
Can I insight check him?
Yeah. I'll make a charisma roll. He is proficient with both persuasion and deception, to let you know.
Okay.
And I'll offer you the roll after I roll for him. Yeah.
Hot diggity dog.
Mm-hmm. See how good your insight is. And here's the roll. Yep.
We got to 21.
You got a natural 20, making it 29. Specifically, what were you looking after? His authenticity with the person?
Yeah, I mean, why? I mean, the whole thing that I was this guy, right? And
Yep.
he is pretty much going to end it all in protest of his family because he just sides with the Genasi. There has to be more.
I like
Yeah.
digging into that.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, whatever information I can get,
Yeah. Okay, let me, because this is going to be a lot. And I feel like I'll just present this with a casual back and forth, and I'll tell you what you picked up from it. From what you can gather, this person that you were taking over for, Lythral, was an elf, and he is a native of this island. Eddie can fill you in, James can fill you in, but there's a little bit of tension between the Hayse family and the natives of this island. Specifically, the elves in general, I hesitate to say extremists, but there's a group of elves on this island that actively disturb the import and export that the Hayse family does to damage not only their income, but to become a greater inconvenience for the family and go against what they're doing as a form of protest. One of such acts was the person trying to essentially talk to the entire town, make a big scene. Again, you didn't investigate too much on what the protest was trying to accomplish with your escape, but again, what you can gather is the person had a message he wanted to send to the people, and he needed to cause a big enough scene to gather groups of people, or at least a lot of the town. Now, towards the Genasi apologist viewpoint, from what you gather from James, is the person has had a streak of being an activist, not only a form of protest against the Hayse family, but essentially supporting Genasi life, which again goes against general cultures around the world that have a universal hatred towards Genasi. If you speak good of them, typically you are the minority. This person was a minority of such a, again, I hesitate to say movement, but of that type of philosophy. Now, how being a Genasi apologist connects to his protests or what he's been doing with the Hayse family is beyond you and warrants further investigation. But that's why I wanted to outlay with a little back and forth with James. And obviously, I really can't outline that too much without causing more confusion.
Okay.
I could definitely say this with confidence that that person might be stupidly connected to the most important people, since it's like, oh my god, if they're supporting Genasi, that means they know the people over there, Genasi-wise.
Now, it seems like James has made a connection with most of the people transported. Penelope, Lithril, Eric. Marianne, though, Eddie's mother, is a head scratcher to him.
And what does your mother have to do with all this? Nothing at all. All she does is stay at home and keep us company. It just keeps us company.
And he's just going down the rabbit hole. And Eddie, this might be a situation where your father's not privy to information about your mother. It might be something that is, if there is a connection, that is behind his back.
Hey, Pops.
Or maybe she spent too much gold shopping, or perhaps talked to the wrong riffraff,
And he's just still talking to himself.
Hey, Pops.
What, Edward? What?
You said that Mom stays home all the time, right?
Yes. All she does is stay home.
Are you, sure about that?
Yes. I mean, what can she do? I mean, all she has is her cell phone. It's cell phone.
Just staring off into the distance.
We've been
biting his lip.
Been having issues with communicating with our cell phones as of late. We've been investigating it.
I also had problems with that. Have you... Hey, Pops, are you sure that she had her cell phone?
She never leaves it.
And thinks really hard on it.
No, she always has it on her. But Been.
I don't
But
think she has it on her right now. Just above table, the only
Yeah,
reason why
no.
he's at least
Yep,
suggesting that is
Yeah.
because he was able to communicate through one magical means, but
Yep.
not another magical means.
I suppose, yeah, like, no, that is a clear and good assumption. For that in particular, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to look at this. Perhaps an Arcana check. Or no, not an Arcana. What would be a more realistic? Let me look at the skills quick, see what fits what I have in mind the most here. Just one moment. Because again, this is a situation where I don't want to lead you astray or be coy about this, because this is rather important. I'm gonna say investigation, actually. Yep, I'll make you the offer for the check. Investigation. And you may use your D4. And as you're making that roll, I'm gonna RP James a little bit to give you some critical information here. Oh my... I'm not sure she always kept it on her. The issue we've been having is all of our connection with Frostheart has been severed. We've been trying our best to make calls, but no one picks up. I'm not sure if there's some sort of blockage, or if someone's tampered with our equipment. And I'll look at the roll. Do you see the roll? Just to clarify.
I haven't gotten a roll.
Okay, let me. Yep, that's why. Yep. There you go. Just offered it to the wrong person. But yeah, that's what he's mentioning is some sort of interference. But again, the directions of that interference is night and day. Like, he's suggesting it to the north, and you know your mother's to the south. So that seems outside of your issues at the moment. There we go. I believe that's high enough. With the information that you're given on hand, and just to clarify, do you when you're receiving sending, do you need to make any somatic response back, or is it just a free action after someone casts it to respond back? Just for my clarity.
It's like I believe it's not explicitly said like how it functions, but you know, like, because like some people like to do like either or, where it's just like they say it out loud, but otherwise like more of a you people usually assume more of a mental thing.
Yeah, so with your method, we're going to say if there is a somatic component for a recipient send, that's not necessary for this case. Like, it'll never be necessary, just to make that very clear. But towards your investigation, if there's no interference to the south, you have no issues talking to her through a ward, then she might not have been able to reach for the phone.
Oh, okay, so like
Yeah.
more like of a situation of like she's more bound to the chair, and
If that is your interpretation of what I said, then yes. Again, I gotta walk on eggshells with this particular situation. So whatever I tell you,
Like-
yes.
well, actually, it's like.
Hmm.
So wait, you said that her shell phone's been acting weird for a while? When did it start?
Well, when we were trying to do the investigation for the exports and imports, we were having trouble with the Frostheart. We're sending their shipments, receiving them, and we are doing a preliminary investigation ourselves, making phone calls with ambassadors to middlemen, and then your mother just told me out of the blue, within a week's time ago, that there was no response. She hasn't been able to get a response through her cell phone to the north, and we tried making communications, and that as well. We've had to go to the archaic fashion of sending a message with paper, no less. Absurd.
And did you get any of those back?
Yes, it just took longer. They said they were gonna send up Penelope, and you've seen what happened there.
Hey, was Mom going to go on that trip too?
The trip, you mean the investigation? Puckers his lips a little bit. You mentioned it. She wasn't planned to go on it, but she was very inquisitive and insistive about the matter. She planning to go on that trip? And he looks away.
It's like, Pops, do you think that somehow Mom got involved in what's happening up north?
Down to Boulder Dash, there's no secrets between us.
Unless she thought that it wouldn't be good for your health.
There's no worries about my health, and he's holding his hand over his heart. And you feel like you're pretty on the nose with that.
Pops, if Mom wanted to keep any secrets from you, it's because she thought that it would be the best way to keep you safe.
Just persuasion. And I'll offer you the roll. There's no contest. I have a set DC in mind.
$17.
All right. 17. God damn. Rolled a 5. All right. 5 and a 4, making it a 17 with all the bonuses. He's looking away. Doesn't respond, but it feels like he's inclined to believe what you said. It's just his pride won't allow him to talk about it.
Cause Pops, I mean, I guess I can try talking to her again the other way, but it's possible that she might have gotten in contact with somebody, or they got in contact with her. And in order to keep you safe, she kept quiet about it. She
Pouts his cheeks. Go on.
It's like, in fact, she maybe thought something bad would happen if you did get involved. Maybe she was threatened.
Yeah, it doesn't meet your gaze. Pouts a bit. And if someone so much as dare says anything bad to your mother, nevertheless blackmail or a threat, my word, and he's just gripping at at the desk a little bit. Have the damn heads.
But have we made any connections in that area?
Okay. Specifically, are you talking towards the sea elves, or towards the south where your mother's being held? Be a little specific on where.
The sea elves.
Okay, sea elves.
I mean.
Yeah, and you guys can constantly feel this connection, correct? If you actively go through the nexus and feel those connections, you can feel them, correct?
It's they should at least feel present.
Yeah. I think it might take a moment, because I want to imagine it takes a little bit of active effort to go through your connections.
With it, as those grow, it's just it's kind of literally finding a needle in a haystack, and that haystack keeps getting bigger.
He's going through his index, a connection, and our connection was Penelope, the ambassador, and he just hesitates for a moment. Huh. That's odd. And well, before I go through, I need to specify with these connections. Do you believe that looking at these connections, you can get a feel for the identity of the person, details about the person from the connection?
I feel that would be a case of depending on how much contact they've had.
Okay.
Literally a connection is stronger the the more that you nurture it.
Okay. That's odd. Feel very strong connection on this island. I wasn't aware of this. I need to... And you see him patting his forehead. I need to speak with the family. I need to hammer this out. Who the fuck is that? And he's going through the connection, and if you actively do it yourself, you can feel a human on this island. And even so much as the location, as a man sitting in an alleyway drinking a bottle of ale, maybe a couple empty bottles of rum, that's wearing a God, I'm trying to think of the proper word. I believe corsair is the piece clothing that I'm thinking about at the moment. Double check. There. Oh no. What's the old? I'm gonna just resort to vest. Vest sounds appropriate. The man's wearing a very nice vest and a captain's hat with a scar right across his throat and a ponytail. I don't call that connection. I'm sorry, Edward. Just keep yourself occupied. I need to talk to the family. And it seems like he is getting up and going towards the door. Is there anything else left to be said before he actively leaves and does his own business?
Hey, Pops.
Yes, my boy.
It's a kind of like a drawing on the same feeling. Do you know this guy?
I know him in passing. I know his reputation. I just don't remember making a connection with them, and no one's told me about this from our household. I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Well, Pops, if it wasn't me, it wasn't you, and if maybe the family didn't,
Who does that leave?
Blinks a couple times. And I feel like his breathing's getting a little bit more heavy as he's like going towards his heart.
What are you getting at, Edward?
You see him just grabbing his heart.
Well, we don't know the reason why, but if Mom's always been by herself while you've been off doing business, she might have met with this man at some point.
And his eyes are narrowed. They're always squinting, but I feel like we're going to end this session on him just muttering a name underneath his breath with a lot of venom and a lot of disdain.
Captain Valentine.
And we're going to end the session there. Thank you so much for joining us.
This has been House Common Blood. The intro and outro music is Oh My Dog by Savick, and any other music and sound effects used in the episode are royalty free. Credits can be found in the episode description. Please review us on whatever podcast listening app you happen to be using. And if you like us, tell other people. Word of mouth is the best way for us to grow. Thank you for joining us. Stay connected.